Oh wait. Hate to break it to you guys, but I not actually didn't actually mean to start streaming. Right now I'm trying to do some. Yeah, it is. Technically it is stream 9, but all I was really trying to do was Oh, what are you sorry for, Kukumaru? Oh, was it all of the political stuff or something? All right, well, if you guys don't mind hanging out, I'm trying to get the chat box into this stream. Here, let me. I might still move ahead a bit with everything. So this is all I was working on my PDocs presentation actually. You can see here I was kind of making an outline. My wife was gonna help me put it together. Hello, everybody. Okay, so I'm trying to disconnect the chat box, and Ob's thingy on the screen. Oh, right. Here, let me see. Oops, it's not what I meant to put there. There. Yeah, why is there a giant OBS thing on the screen? I see. Hello. Alright. No, I don't know why that's there either. Okay, it's gone, right? Now it's back. Now it's gone. Yeah, Enrique, so yeah, Gigao and I are gonna give a presentation at PDocsCon. But I mean, you guys have seen way more than what we're gonna be presenting there, so I was gonna wing it. And I'm still gonna partly wing it. I don't want to put too much work into it because I kind of want to A, not stress out about it too much, and B, fix bugs and stuff like that. And I generally do better anyway when I wing things. When I over prepare, you can tell when I'm streaming, like I'm pretty comfortable, just kind of talking and having an audience or whatever. Okay. Christian, I don't know if there's going to be a stream. I've been wondering that myself. It would be kind of cool though if it were all streamed on Twitch or something. Okay, so I got to figure out how to move this box. I have this handy dandy tutorial. Okay, pop out chat. I copy the URL. Looks like it's pretty easy. Okay, so here's the URL of the chat. Filters, scaling filters, transform, add browser source. Okay, that should do it. Oh, okay, so now I've got this thing up again. Yuck. So I think that's... Dang it. Aha. Now, I kind of want to put this here so that people watching from home or whatever will be able to see, the people that come in late, who watch it afterward, can see what I'm replying to in the chat box. Christian. Jesus. Bong Bong. That means you said in one of your past videos you'll be releasing by the end of April or early May. Yeah, a few days, Bong Bong. We're actually going to probably release in the middle of PDocsCon, so I'm going to be out of action while you guys get to play. I send paywall trades. Yeah, Ken, I'm thinking of moving to Twitch. My wife was saying I should, because then there's the potential monetization aspect too. Then I can make more time for this kind of thing. No, I blocked the province window. Okay, alright. So Firat Siftsy. Text box on the chat box is extremely tiny. Yeah, I don't even know how someone at home would be able to really practically use it unless it was zounk, like huge. But then what good is it, you know? If I could crunch it, but it's not letting me do that. So WTF. Enrique, probably quite a few. Christian, I think it's just us two as far as the mods being presented. Yeah, Ken, I'll definitely consider it. Question is how to get, I don't have tons of subscribers, obviously, on YouTube. I only have like 2,000. It's a matter of whether I can move them over there and then, export the videos just to YouTube, just to have them on YouTube. Okay, so yeah, I don't know if this is working or not. It'd have to be really small not to obstruct anything. I guess. What do you guys think? I mean, is this live chat box not working? I wish there was a way just to put a specific question on the stream on the screen that I was replying to, so that people watching the video later would be able to see it. You know. Alright, I'll just get rid of it then. This is... Whoop. Yeah. Yeah, it's just way too big. Yeah, I'll just try to repeat I'll just try to be better at repeating the question. Alright, let me reorganize here. Like I said, I'm learning, so be patient with my newbiness. Okay, restore chat. Let's see. Demian, what will there be for 3.0? Jesus. Oh yeah, I'd love to redo mercenaries. I mean, because you have mercenary discipline stats too, it is technically plausible to have mercenary companies that you could hire. So for instance, you'd have to take the mercenary ideas. My idea is you take the mercenary ideas and then you'd get a little thing here where you could either form a mercenary company from your own manpower that other countries could tap into, or you could tap into other mercenary companies that are on your continent. And then you could use them in war, and then you kind of have a relationship with them as though they were an estate, and then a new estate would pop up, and then you could interact with that mercenary company, and then you would have to share your loot with them at the end of a war and stuff like that. And so if you had formed your own mercenary company and sent them off to fight with other countries, then they would bring home loot, not necessarily specifically to your government, because that wouldn't necessarily make sense, but they would bring wealth home, to your economy. Just an idea. It'd be fun. Just one of many things I'd like to work on eventually. Okay, so let me load my Roman game. Demian, put in place of map, because nobody cares about map. Get rid of chat box. I see myself. Let's just see what it looks like. Yeah, I mean, so even if I put it in space of the map, whoops. WTF? Oh my god, I lost it now. Oh, I see. Okay, I understand now. There's different elements and you can stick them places. Right, so Roomba puts his face, his beautiful, beautiful face right here on the map. So theoretically I could actually... Oh, I see. So I'm actually using two... I see. So if I wanted to, I could actually go like this. Right, but then I cut it off. Yeah, screw it.
And then you can have a feed at the top left and then your face at the bottom. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, I could, but I think what I'll do is when I'll stream for now since everyone's hungry to see what'll happen with Rome, and then later on I'll make a better interface. Maybe I'll get a webcam too, and then I'll rearrange things and have a more professional setup. That'll probably work better. Yep, my wife's in the stream. She's kind of like my coach. Ellie's mom. Okay, so I'm just gonna repeat the question for now. I'll come up with a better setup later. Telling you guys, I'm just a fat kid in a Star Wars t-shirt with, Cheetos stained fingers and red hair and freckles.
hey, there must be some
I know. I feel bad if there's any people out there with red hair and freckles who are wearing Star Wars t-shirts and can't stop eating Cheetos. Karamites. The upper classes, they're always a consistent number, 20%, around 5% of your population. It's just that if your country gets poorer, then they end up being poorer. What matters is kind of where they happen to be located. Show us culture map mode. Oops. Doink. This is what everyone rages about, that Turks are in the same culture group as Greeks. Anyway, I tend to just disagree with that decision too, but I don't get to make all the decisions. The Irish, English, Northern French, Languedoc, Catalan, Castilian group, Iberian, Portuguese, Southern Italian, Northern Italian, Magyar, Balkan Slavic. This really could get broken up into all the Turkish niche. Right, so wouldn't Pontic be Greek with Greeks, right? And you could make an argument. I don't even know if Bulgarian would technically belong, right? You'd have Greek, Pontic. Oh well, not gonna think about it. Russian's pretty significant. Dunk. Anyway. Wait, Catalan is not in the Iberian group? No, it isn't. Dinosaurov. Demian, I actually rage about Indian culture groups too. Now I'm curious. Well, no, that makes sense that you have all of the, you know, you have Malayalam with Talam or with Tamil and yeah, but once you get into the larger groups, yeah, culture is a debatable thing. Now the Chinese culture group, boom. This is part of what makes China so OP. Christian. Yeah, I mean, who decides about culture groups? That person must really like kebabs. I don't know. So originally, this culture group was settled on mainly the buff Ottomans, but they may not necessarily need it anymore. And Mobore was not my decision. Like I said, it would make sense if you had, I guess, Greek and Pontic together, right? And then you had the Turks together, and then you had, you know. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and get going. Let me load up proper game here. I mean, this is all. I mean, okay, I'm not gonna talk about cultures anymore. Don't want to get sucked into that vortex. All right, so let's talk about what happened last time, right? So we got a lot of good development going. We have a lot of really big cities now. Last game, pretty much finished off the Ottomans. Declare the war. I didn't declare a war, but I entered the war to help a country that I had supported the independence of, because I wanted specifically to be drawn into a war with Florence so I could loot it. It's so rich. Unfortunately, once I landed, things didn't go so well. I got a good amount of loot. I didn't get my army destroyed. But the war ended prematurely, and I didn't get to sack Sicily. And so I had to call that war off. It wasn't a complete waste, but definitely wasn't a success. I really wanted to loot Florence because they have the largest city on the continent modifier, and I wanted it for Constantinople. And so right now we're kind of in a space race type thing where we're both trying to outgrow each other. But Constantinople will win in the end just because I have way more resources to bring to bear. And then I got into a little Benny Hill run around in circle conflict up here, where Wallachia went to war with Hungary, but then as soon as we went in to conquer them, we pretty much beat their army, moved in, but then like 60,000 Protestant rebels erupted, like bees swarming out of a beehive, and then I kind of ran around in circles just trying to loot provinces as best as I can, and then I peaced out. But yeah, that was kind of a wasted war too. But so now I'm gonna go ahead. Oops. I'm going to continue developing. I'm going to get my education up. People have been urging me to conquer the rest of Anatolia, but the problem is, if I keep doing that, I'm never going to get my tech up to a reasonable pace and get my idea groups finished. Because what I need to do is improve the quality of my country and the quality of my people via education, right? And the more I conquer, the more pupils I have to educate to have a good per capita education. So I'm going to go ahead, seize the modifier, get my universities sufficiently upgraded. Reformation started, yeah. I hate having to deal with the Reformation, which is why I usually play Sunni or Orthodox. Don't listen to the warmongers. I won't. The Lone... You should switch out Yakety Sax for the next time for the Lone Ranger theme. I was thinking that. That was the next thing I was thinking about seizing. I was thinking about going low, restricting loot, taking this Crimean band up here, and I think I have a merchant pushing trade from somewhere not terribly prudent, and so yeah, what I can do is then push trade into the Aegean from Crimea. That shouldn't happen. Actually, no, that can happen. Okay, so that's interesting. Little thing with the estates is their burghers and lesser nobles are trying to build up one of their ports here. Theodosius, right now, culture conversion doesn't work. There was a slow conversion mechanic that was not really something you could mess with. It'd be nice to make something in the future that's more interesting. So if you were to genocidally wipe out a culture, other cultures could migrate in. I'm not sure this world conquest is on pace. Kukumaru, we don't have the tools to do any of that, unfortunately. I would love to do proper interface work, but we have no way to plug in our own scripted variables into an interface. We can hijack pre-existing interfaces, right? But we can't make new ones and then plug in our own variables. There's this really obnoxious divide that prevents us from truly doing those types of things. So, not to make excuses, but it's just not really possible. So my total pop right now is 6,600,000, 610,000. Dennis Bottenberg, can you say my name? I want to see if this works. I can see you. Oh, Kukumaru, you mean teach us or give us the tools to do it? Because, you can't teach someone to do something that's physically impossible. Alright, running game. It's pretty difficult to answer rapid fire questions while also playing a game. Mount Targan Productions, what do you mean by what happened that decoupled our income? Oh, Kukumaru, yeah, for sure. If they gave us the tools to do it, that would be great. And maybe they will. We get more and more. Yay! Nice wasted event. Eventually, I'd love to replace all those events with events that are properly integrated into the pop system, that are related to actual conditions on the grounds, rather than just like, oh, you took an idea group and so now it's just going to enable these random events that either kick you in the balls or give you something for free. Those aren't very interesting in my opinion. And Eric de Groots, you make a good point. If they gave us all the tools, then we could just make DLC and then make them irrelevant. Oh, that's painful. Okay. I probably need to tune back some of that. Privileges are coming at me a bit too fast, I think, so I can only imagine what the AI is dealing with too. Sorov, we may do it without him. We may try to do some religion stuff without him, but it's hard to say. His code is he did a lot of good work and a lot of sophisticated systems, but the code is also super old, and it's not using any loops. It's not using any if else's. It's not. What? Huh? I think we got our first crash. Huh. All right. Nixie, blue fort icons are state forts. Didn't miss much. Jewel. Imborohe, if Paradox offered to hire you to make a game with a living population, trade system, and similar things, would you take it? Maybe. I mean, that would be like a dream come true, right? But I'm an American living in Florida. My wife has a good job. I've got 2 kids in diapers. So the question is whether I'd be interested in moving all the way to Sweden. And you can imagine that's a bit of a stretch. Although my daughter has a lot of health conditions, and as you know, the American healthcare system is like horrible and drives people bankrupt all the time. That's why, my wife and I originally had to sell our first house, because we basically driven to bankruptcy with all the medical bills, even with insurance. So Sweden has universal healthcare, so that would be nice. But what would be great is to make it, would be to collaborate with Paradox somehow and lease the Clausewitz engine, and then use it to make something like Antiquities Universalis with living population and true dynamic trade and true economics. It will slow things down a little bit. Do they really, Umbre? Offices in the US and Canada? That would be awesome. But I need to touch up on my coding skills, and actually, I'm in the process of learning a real language. I'm totally stoked with what I've been able to do in just 2 years, going from no knowledge whatsoever of computer science to, all the mechanics you've seen. And so I figure, I could learn pretty quickly whatever I needed to know. Oh, institutions. Yeah, let's check institutions real quick, because I actually want to know. Check pop too. Still red. Institutions. Huh. I'm stalled. I was a local center of intellectualism. I was a... Huh. Did Florence take it from me or something? Let's see. Yeah, I lost some art power somehow. I think we were talking about building the best university, right? Oh, the live stream number. Yes. 9. I wasn't actually intending to stream. I was just fiddling around. Okay, because I loaded from an autosave, I have to get hit again by this. Well, I lost legitimacy, but I didn't lose my stability this time, so. Sorrow, that sucks. Yeah, I mean, the United States is, you know, it's if you get sick, you're screwed, basically. You know, and then my daughter ended up with a tumor in her head too, and so right when we were getting the previous bills under control, had to deal with those. Not much fun. All right, so I want to keep moving the economy along somehow. I'd like to snag that modifier. Yeah, done up like a kipper. Why don't you talk to them about that at PDocsCon? Maybe something cool might come out of a conversation like that. Yeah, I was thinking about. We're actually going to the me and Tax's team will be going to a dinner with a bunch of the EU4 developers, including Johan and some of the others. So that'll be cool, and I'll probably be my usual social butterfly self and strike up some conversations on the subject and see what happens. My military skill that bad? There's been so many, yeah, Alexandria. Let's see how Alexandria's doing. Growing back a little bit. Looks like my burger's invested in it. A little bit. And we now have a trade port here. But it's so far removed, I think. Okay, so it's jumping over to here. CE is pretty crappy. Fortunately, CE or autonomy does not influence. How did it get so high? Yeah, autonomy does not influence trade power, so you can build up a trade city and not have to worry about, your trade power taking a hit. Bong, I'm a little behind on questions. How did you learn the code EU4? Where can I learn that? Go to the forums. You could stay on my stream. I might actually be integrating a new feature tonight if you guys don't mind watching a little and helping a little. And so, yeah, you can actually watch, and I can explain things while I code to kind of give you a little tutorial about how things work. When or if I get around to making new features again, I can show you how to build them from scratch and how to come up with a plan about what you want to do. My the way I work tends to be pretty data driven, which is not how most that's not how most modders generally operate. So it will look a little bit different. But if you have it, if you stick with variables and stuff like that, you can do a lot more sophisticated stuff. Okay. So I changed the live stream number. I'm trying to get back through the questions. Dennis. That's pretty funny, bro. Okay, I think I'm through the. I'm sort of. I don't want to always answer questions from the same people over and over again, so I'm trying to sparse it out. Obviously, I can't answer everybody's questions. Cristiano, come to Europe. There's still a lot to love about the U.S., but. Okay, so Mount Targon. Didn't something happen in the law to stop people from traveling to Canada and go to the nearest hospital? I imagine. Alright, so let's continue. Yeah, Karaman's my last major rival. I mean, then there's Spain. So, right, when I expand, I'll probably eventually swallow up most of Anatolia. I want to move into Italy. And then I'll come into confrontation with Spain, I'm sure. Okay, continue. Just gonna play on speed 4 because speed 5 is a little too fast, I think. Quran, absolutely, it'd be so easy to do. You think U.S. could feasibly make a European-style healthcare system? Yeah, I mean, but the U.S. is an artificial country for the most part. It's actually like 11 countries all stuck into one, and so there's a certain wisdom to the federalist idea that different areas can kind of. It's more of a decentralized government, and it kind of makes sense. But right now, before the ACA, there was nothing. There was no type of healthcare safety net or anything like that, and it was unlike basically every other Western country. But who knows how that'll turn out. But anyway, I said I wouldn't talk about politics, even though it's sort of peripheral to politics. Yep, gonna restore the Roman Empire as best as I can. Retake Antioch? Yeah, I think we need to turn Antioch into a major trade center again. Fake country, sad. Yeah, fascinating thing, to tie, the United States to the kind of work that you're seeing here. The carrying capacity of the United States is still is way above its current its actual current value in population. So there's so much room to grow still. But that would involve bringing in lots of immigrants since natural fertility is actually below replacement numbers. There are Roman restoration events. I kind of feel like they're cheaty. C.J. Fields. Silly events. So, here's the thing. We can build a number of universities. So we have 5 upper-class pops without university access. We could build super awesome, amazing university here in Constantinople. Or we can build a bunch elsewhere. We don't have many other significant cities around, though. Have any in Anatolia we could try and buff? No. Yeah, Emni Nyamfu. My wife and I had good healthcare insurance. We had good health insurance too, but the thing with health insurance is that once you actually turn out to be sick, they try to screw you in every way possible. And so, we had health insurance all our lives, and when my daughter's $1 million healthcare bill came due, they retroactively canceled her back to the day she was born illegally, and then hoped that we wouldn't, go through the legal process to sue them. And so we went through the legal process to sue them, forced them to then pay for the bill. Then they retroactively canceled her again back to the day that she was born. And they did that 3 or 4 more times. And so when you add the profit motive to, that kind of situation, you can end up with a very ineffectual way of treating people, along with a lot of stress. Okay. Build a fort there just in case. Mount Tarragon for sure. Oh, you want me to build a university in Alexandria? I think it has one. Yeah. Vami, since that's what you want to be called. Yes, you can make a city anywhere that you want. But it's obviously more effective to build up cities that already exist. Yeah, done up like a kipper. Fortunately, I had a friend who was a lawyer too, who I'm a writer, and I helped her daughter write up her college college personal statements and stuff like that. So she helped take up the case. But yeah, we've been through hell with healthcare insurance. It's just a completely upside down way to have to operate. But let's talk about EU4, specifically mu and taxes. So, built a university over here. I'm going to save up and then go ahead and build the one in Constantinople that we were talking about, because I would like to get that local. I would like to improve this art center. Okay, institutions are coming back. If I can just... Wow, who was the one who called it? Shit. Okay, let me think this through. Christian universities don't give lower dev cost anymore. No. Is Constantinople the biggest city in Europe? No, it almost is, Eric. Florence is beating us out because Florence is getting beastly. Yeah, Mount Targon, you're right. Universities, you can build them anywhere relatively cheap, and students can travel, but they're not as effectual. So if you build them in pre-existing cities with upper classes, it gives a significant bonus modifier. Furthermore, Karaman must be destroyed. Remove new kebab. Can someone indulge my naivete and what is with the whole kebab thing? Oh, so is it like a derogatory term? Oh, I figured it was like a racist slur type of thing. Yeah. Because Autos eat kebabs. Okay, I get it. Okay, that's what I suspected. I see. Remove the kebab. Gotcha. Yeah, it's like, I don't necessarily find it terribly offensive, but because there's lots of stereotypes about baguettes in France or fat Americans or whatever. And kebabs are delicious. There's a Turkish restaurant down the street from me that's just like, get a kebab every week. Anyway, we gotta figure out what to do about Karaman here. Doesn't look like they're that strong. I don't know. Okay, I see. So they're bringing a lot of others into the coalition against me, presumably. I'm at war with Aden, Karaman, Mentees, Ottoman, Tekke, Ramazan. Okay, so this is their last-ditch effort to try to deal with me. Fortunately, the my little ring of cities in the Sea of Marmara is really powerful. They have really high fort levels. I'm gonna go heavily restrict looting so that I can actually take a decent amount of territory. I'd like to take their capital because reasons. Launch the tomahawks. Ken, yeah. I don't. I understand a lot of people use like racist terms to be inflammatory or the troll or whatever. I don't, just because I don't know. What's the point? Definitely not social justice warrior type, but especially I have a lot of Indian relatives in the United States. People confuse them because Americans tend to be pretty stupid. They confuse them for being like Maghrebs or Arabs or something, Muslims, even though they're not, and so they get often targeted, for a lot of mistreatment and stuff like that. So that's why I don't really like to use those types of words. So. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead. Since I was foolish and was trying to get extra money by not having troops to support, I'm gonna go ahead and request full war support. No, Anthony, that's why I'm so good at coding. I'm it's funny, the people in my family joke that I'm an honorary Indian because it just like diffused into my brain. The stereotype really is true. Like Indian Americans, like they're either doctors or coders. And my wife was originally gonna be she was gonna be a musician, and that was like this crazy thing for like an Indian American person to do. And then at the last second, she like changed her mind and went into STEM anyway. And then we're like, oh no, you're gonna break the glass ceiling.
Hey, I'm a geologist.
She's a geologist now. It's technically STEM. It's science, technology, engineering.
Yeah, but I'm not an engineer. I'm not
That's true. She's lurking so she can hear everything I say. Alright, so we're gonna honor the nobles too, just to get our loyalty to a safe place. Also to get our stability up a little bit. Okay. So I'm gonna raise some troops. I already have some artillery. My force limit is 70. Jesus. Build a few more artilleries. Okay, so let's swoop in and finish this quick. And I think I can. No, I can't. My tech really that far behind? I bet Florence is like way more advanced than me. Yeah, that's sad. Okay. Demian wife, are you going to do an Ireland live stream? We'll all get to play at some point, I'm sure. I just spent 600 gold on fucking cannons. Okay, alright, well I can... Cannons should be better quality at this point. Did I really buy that many cannons? I don't think so. I'll take one out. Is there going to be eventually an option to demote lesser nobles? There will be, hopefully, eventually. Besides Kanya, what are your war goals? Just go ahead. I'm going to try and take a nice band, take out the remaining I want to try and, acquire the remaining Greek culture cities, provinces. Are going to get freeholders? We'll get into that later. General Demian, so what's the plan here? Just torch countryside and develop further? I'm going to try and not torch things. This thing is, if I move into Kanya and I take this band here, it's actually reasonably... It's not horribly developed, you can see. And so it would be nice to not do too much damage and not... I think Kanya even has a university, maybe? It doesn't? Ah, that's unfortunate. So yeah, I don't want to hurt my development too much. The thing is, guys, like, you can't really blob the same way you did before and still stay ahead in tech. So, I mean, if you play really, really well, you can. But take a look. Do you see any big countries with really great tech? No. Right? It's all of the, decent-sized but developed countries, right? And so it's harder to project power when your tech isn't as good. Connor Creets, I hope you won't stop streaming as often when M&T is released. I'll try. I'm gonna try and do more development-oriented stuff. I'm gonna try and organize. I'm gonna try and organize it so that the people who are interested in development can come look at the development stuff. People who are interested in, when I play games like this, we'll be able to come and watch. Oh boy, they're swarming in. Swarming. I should have been better prepared for this. I should have maybe built some forts. I don't know. Or attacked sooner. I just didn't think they would come at me. The beta will be soon. Yeah, Kalak. I might end the stream a little early, and then people who want to talk about the Unity project, we can talk about that too. I want to stay on top of it and get some people involved too. Yikes. Oh yeah, I had my ally come and help me. I should really start using this fleet, shouldn't I? Okay, someone wants to see diplomacy map mode. This is what I'm up against. Manageable. Oh, when did Trezevon get free? You should stick with me, buddy. Maybe I can just vassalize later without even having to... okay, anyway. So I guess we will consolidate our troops. Hey, maybe you look at the important questions and tell me which ones to...
Can you keep your phone there and I can text it to you?
Okay, well you could just shout it to whichever.
I'm going to be upstairs.
Oh, okay. Alright, you could text it, that's fine. I have too many relationships? Bugger. I think it's because, I took military. I asked for military access. Where the heck are my military? Or my, Diplo slots again? There we go. Teutonic Order, Alliance. That seems like a waste. I bet they didn't even come to help me, did they? I guess they are. So I guess I'll stay allied, but I have a feeling they're just going to sit up there. I should have military access with someone that's... No. Yes, Lithuania. Okay. Oh, man, too many relationships. Play those stream 24 hours. just too many high quality questions all at once, so someone has to select the best. Yeah, I either need a moderator. My wife is she's lurking and shouting at me and saying, "Hey, answer this person's question." That might be a good way to do it. But after this war, let's see if we can get some moderators in here, so it can be more clear. Someone can manage this a little better, because once we get above 125 people, it gets kind of crazy. Demian, why do you use quite a few English terms or phrases? Hung out with a number of English people, that's all. My wife has lurked in pretty much every stream. I think Ty still. She was watching Twitch and stuff like that, like way before I ever thought of streaming. Alex Brigham, that's right. I'm going to be starting up a forum on Gaming Rebellion for all you guys that want to talk about this stuff. Yep, there she is. Nah. Okay. I'm going to hold off on a few questions just because I want to win this war. Jesus. They are sieging down these provinces like... Oh no, did I mothball my fleet? I don't think they even really have a fleet though. Okay, come on. I'm going to have to retreat, I think. Plot twist. Demian does both voices. He's really a single lad. It's true. I don't even have any kids. That's why you see no face of Demian. Okay, well they're gonna get it in just a second. I think I learned a valuable lesson here. It'd be nice to have a better general, but my nobles hate me at the moment. Come on, bitches. Yeah, Oyukata didn't do much more with it. At some point when we do a formal development thingy, then we can talk about it a little bit more. Ellie is Demian. So true. How did you've exposed me. Demian is 3 kids in a trench coat. Okay. Real question. What happens to enemies... What happens to the enemy's loot if they're fully annexed at the end of the war? That's a good question. I guess it just disappears. Plot twist. Ellie is the only one real. She pretends to be an adult programmer called Demian. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and... I'm gonna strike now. I don't want this mine to be destroyed. 4 days. So fairly improbable that they'll win the siege. Okay. And then we'll just reinforce. Boom. Alright, this is gonna be easy. Typical stupid AI. Demian is a province modifier. Okay. Demian is actually the physical manifestation of Granada. Absolutely. We are but hopeless vessels.
What happens if an army goes deep into enemy territory and loots?
What happens if an army goes deep into enemy territory and loots? Does the loot teleport to your nation? It teleports currently. I mean, trying to come up with sophisticated rules that are mostly invisible to the player is kind of impractical. Unfortunately. So one thing I'm a little bit worried about is I appreciate Wallachia helping us. I'm a little bit concerned that they'll screw things up and loot things that I don't want looted. Bong Bong, I do like Trezabans. I like Moria. I like anything that's just hard. Romans were a bit easier than usual. I've played Theodora a few times. But yeah, anything that's difficult. Luca, I mean, yeah, it's viable. You can be pretty powerful as an OPM, but I mean, you're still an OPM. Treziband. Hmm? Would it be gamey to be able to change vassals, allies, looting policy by decision, event, war? It kind of would, you know, if you're... I was thinking maybe if you could change mid-war by spending monarch points, that might be viable. I don't want situations where, you know, you're changing it around specifically to maximize stats and stuff like that. What would be good is if when you came to any major city and if an event fired once you finished sieging, asking whether you'd like to burn it to the ground or not. Like, oh, for this city, do you just want to have a different policy?
What would you say is a good country to make peace with?
Yeah, Netherlands is a pretty interesting country to play. Oh, my crud. Yeah, I'm gonna lose this province to war dynamism. Okay. I don't know why the Bale accepts Stars of David. Can we make a script to integrate humans to the lizard people's culture? Can you check the provinces in Livonia? One of them had a port while not having access to the sea. I think... while not having access to the sea. You mean this one? That might work better.
Connor asked, will any of the estates be able to provide ships like the nobles do for armies?
So will any of the estates be able to offer ships
Like the nobles
do to the army? I was thinking that burghers, they would give light ships or something and be conscripted. That's kind of tricky though because they won't be able to take them back when they're done. There's just the code does not accommodate that, so that's unfortunate. But
Krill asked, can you check the provinces in Livonia?
yeah, Livonia. I didn't see anything that was out of the ordinary.
Is education level only determined based off the upper class pops? If you conquer an area with rural pops, will that drag down the education?
So education is a per capita thing, right? And so if you conquer large swaths of territory, you have to educate all of those extra upper classes. And if a lot of those upper classes are being supported by rural people, it means you have less wealth per capita to spend on education. You can still have a rural empire and just spend like half your income on education to get it good. But if you have a rich country that's highly urbanized, or even a rural country that has a lot of rural development, then you can get decent education.
Building roads in the capital, is it beneficial, or does the runner travel time ignore terrain in the capital and calculates from the province border? Or what?
So roads in the capital. Someone asked a question about roads in the capital. Road in the capital is the most important place to build a road, basically, because all runners come out of the capital, which means that every province, when you build a road in the capital, every single province in your country benefits from it.
Becoming a robot asked a good question. Should looting policies be tweaked so that it isn't obvious to always pick either heavily restricted looting or loot excessively?
Yeah, should looting policies be tweaked so that it can, so it's not so easy to, yeah. So, I mean, this game, you've seen that I've been all over the place, right? Sometimes I've gone max loot, sometimes I've gone no loot, sometimes I've gone medium loot. You know, the two, you know, there's the two minor ones above and below the median one are kind of lackluster. So it might be a good idea to sort of change them to make it a bit different, so it's not just a simple sliding scale and there's more nuance. We'll have to fiddle around with it, I think.
Bong Bong asked, do all provinces have the same chance of being prosperous, or is certain ones like Paris, Constantinople always going to be better?
Some provinces are just generally better because they have geographic advantages. So Seville has an estuary, right? It's not a huge advantage, but it is one. And certain places, you know, like Portugal, simply have special geographic advantages, period. You build a city anywhere. When it gets big enough, it tends to mute the geographic advantages. But then again, you know, you may want to build a city just because it's in a defensible place.
Pantherax had a follow-up question to the burgers. Couldn't it be a random ping that takes down how many boats the burgers own and delete them from your navy at random? I guess I don't know if that's okay.
Yeah, someone was asking about the burgers and deleting some of your ships at random. Maybe I'll have to think about it. It could get confusing. The main issue is it's a problem is that you can stick a ship in the middle of a sea zone that's not neighboring a province, and then you can't check the sea zone for that ship necessarily and delete it. And so there's ways to get around. You can game the system basically. That's kind of part of the problem.
Commando Dude asked, how does CE work with ports? Where are they connected?
Could you ask the lovely question narrator to sit a bit closer to the mic? Ronnie, everyone hears you anyway, so she's kind of soft-spoken. You want to sit closer to the mic and just narrate them, because everyone hears you anyway. Easier for me because I can play and keep the game moving and.
Well, I need a chair.
Okay, I'm sure there's chairs around. There's a baby stroller. Alright. Well, while I'm at it, might as well take out the remaining Turks here. What? You don't have to if you don't want to. You can just whisper in my ear if you need to.
Okay. Joel asked, theoretically speaking, how big could a city in the middle of nowhere, Siberia, get?
Okay, so the thing is, so if you're up in Siberia and you plop a city somewhere, you can spend tons and tons and tons. If you just happen to have 10,000 ducats and you wanted to try and make it huge, you have the issue with availability of nearby food. You know, it has to come from somewhere. And if there's not much being generated in the region, then you have to try and tap into continental food, which then trickles in outrageously slow in a lot of cases. So yeah, a city in Siberia. So if you took Constantinople and plopped it in, if you took all the buildings in Constantinople, plopped it into Siberia, then you're going to see a city which is going to be 1/3 the size of Constantinople, you know, or smaller depending on just how much food is there. The thing is, though, that if you do have a city here, and for some reason it's able to generate prosperity, it will begin investing in nearby provinces in their farming efficiency. And that will raise farming efficiency, which then can actually be sort of bootstrapped back into the city itself. So.
Baby's crying.
Pazak. Okay, go ahead.
Landon asked a good question. Is the amount of loot affected at all by the same culture or religion?
Oops. Hold on, let me figure. Pizkov. Yeah, it's because there's a river here. See? River. Can your urbanization incentives other countries on the continent to keep rural? Yeah, the Hans Peter, that's exactly what happens. Baby's crying, so wife had to leave, but she'll be back. The Hans Peter, yeah, we've played a lot of strategy games and stuff like that. EU4, you know, playing through a whole EU4 game is a lot harder multiplayer than playing through a whole, like, Master of Orion game or something, or Civ, so we haven't done that as often. So many questions. Okay, I'm gonna beat the Turks for now. Did Kandar? No, they didn't get involved. Kirill, I know Cardinal was working on expanding the number of ports along rivers. I mean, because, you know, all through Russia you had navigable rivers that had tons of trade that ocean ships would go on, and that's something that we're kind of working on in the future. Charles, don't tell her, but I'd probably win. Ellie, obviously, right. If I do my job right as a parent, then yes, Ellie will beat everybody. Mestru Hunter, yes. Trade helps burgers way more than other. So the way it works is that go into more detail. So you can see all the income I'm making here. How do I explain? This is so the state. I have 42% influence, right? This represents what I'm getting. But the estates are getting this. What am I trying to say? We've exported all of the income variables or the income values and taken autonomy into account so that all of the estates benefit off of the same economic factors that you're benefiting from. And so if you have a state influence of 25 and your income is 37, then your estates would be making 3 times that value. Does that make sense? That's where they're getting their income from, right? And so I actually am making a lot off of trade, and this unduly helps the burgers. Most of the trade goes to the burgers, right? If that kind of answers your question. Yeah, I need to back off questions a little bit. More Conquest. I need to learn how to pace myself. It's also severely hurting my performance. Wait, what was that about Genoa? Missed it. Oh, Gonin. Never mind. Oh, there's another big city here? Two big cities? Hmm. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, I feel guilty. Are they really going to stomp my allies all the way down near Jerusalem? That's a little silly. But first off, let me annex. I guess I can. It's a coalition war, isn't it? So I can't. Yeah. Okay. Well, first off, sort of all these pop numbers are 10,000 each. Miklav Jazruzru. Demian, so are you saying that granting privileges and reducing production, trade power, income? No, it does the opposite. They get the difference. So, if I go to my greater nobles and I say, hey, take significant tax exemptions, that actually gives them that 30% local tax income in every province owned by this estate, right? So I would lose that, but they would gain it. Does that make sense? Krill, since I've been ignoring you, apparently. Is Poland and Hungary historical friends? I think, I don't... Let's find out. The answer is, I don't know. Yeah, sorry. Because I know there's some events that change things around, but... So consider yourself still ignored, sorry. Not trying to. Oh wow, Karaman was getting pretty big. Good thing we're dealing with him now. But then again, we didn't really have any other risks. So if I focus better, I should really be able to... I'm past their fort, so I should be able to basically just carpet siege this down. States are contributing. Those gold circle modifiers, I was thinking about taking them out. They represent, so normally continents, the continental food pool pertains only to continents, but the Mediterranean, even though they're different continents, they are all considered the same food pool. So food from Cairo can go to Italy or whatever. Make sure to take Antioch for Christianity. Oh, Antioch's been obliterated. It's pretty sad. Silesia is actually a fun country to play, in my opinion. It'd be so great if there were a smaller, like, Syrian country to play at game start. Because the Levant is such an interesting place, but it always gets wrecked because either the Mamluks collapse or the Ottomans kill the Mamluks and then, you know, have to savage the Levant. So, in all practicality, we could pretty much peace out. Sure would be nice to take Cyprus. I don't want to have to fight Genoa, though. Go Greek Pantheon. Will you have... Demian, will you or have you ever played as Castile, England, or France? No, too easy. Is the AI to loot happy? Not necessarily. Mr. Boxer, map mode for population potential over province. What do you mean exactly? Oyukata, not really anything like that, no. Bong Bong, it is for the most part, but there is a lot of scholarly debate. The problem is the Black Death had just obliterated everything. The Mongols had fairly recently killed lots of people. And of course, in the New World, that's a hot topic, right? Estimates vary wildly, and so people will be able to nitpick like crazy if they want to, but it's pretty close to the median estimate, which is around 330 to 360 million people. Lots of questions. Yeah, I made a little script to tabulate the whole thing. Mr. Boxer, a map mode to see what provinces can support population. Sure, let's take a look. Why not? Take a break. Well, let's finish the war, and then we'll look. Let's not break up the action too much. There's no reason we should really fight on, right? We're not really in this war for loot, and we've just about got 100% war score. I want the Greek provinces, but I want Kanya. This will sound weird, but I'm gonna leave their capital intact because I do want to take it later intact. Ah, see, I still hurt Kanya. Different religion. Alright, so I better take it now before I burn it to the ground in some later war. I'm gonna end this now. There, happy I took Antioch. Death Turtle, it is possible. It's the base value you can never change, but there's a modified value that changes over time. You can also eventually, I hope, to add in canals and dams and stuff like that to let you do that. All right.
When does the AI choose when to loot heavily or not loot at all?
What determines AI loot policy is how in debt they are and how vulnerable their target is, and whether I think that's pretty much it. I'd like to put a little more work into that. Okay, so yeah, we'll go with this. Okay. So now we have taken another big chunk of Anatolia. And now we have more people to educate. Gosh darn it. So let's go ahead and add a big endowment to our education. Just give it a giant boost all at once, because I'm tired of having uneducated people.
Oh, here's a good question from Bong Bong. Do I need every DLC to play this mod, or is it compatible if I miss some?
Yeah, DLC, I recommend Common Sense and Cossacks DLC, but that's the only really important DLC you need.
At Demian, could you make a decision to allow the player to see how many civilians have died after every war due to looting?
That's an interesting idea. How many civilians died? That could be an option we could plausibly turn on. There's so many other things to work on, though. You know, that it's there's a lot competing for our attention.
Kaldar has asked this question twice. Are there already the events for having too low loyalty with the states, or Rimba had some time with low loyalty without problems?
I need to do that's actually one of the things I want to finish before we release, and so I'd like to have a little developer session. I mean, we could even do it tonight if we wanted to, and I can actually add that in so that there is some consequence. We can do a straw poll on it, see if people want to see me just finish my Roman game, or whether we can add it, because that's a really important feature for balance. I do want to make sure I get it done.
Mandate of Heaven will be mandatory, thought because of tributaries and Emperor of China and such, right? So, Jewel.
Yeah, Jewel, Mandate of Heaven, I mean, I know Sun Wu's going to do some stuff with it, but it's, you know, you could play the game without it. You know, I tell people, like, support Paradox. They give us cool tools. As long as the game remains profitable, they will continue to give us cool tools. So, you know, buying DLC, you know, is always a good idea in that regard. I have a few issues with some aspects of their DLC policy, but by and large, I think it's, you know, a good company that does a lot of good stuff. So I would support them as best as possible.
What province has the highest intrinsic carrying capacity population potential?
Yep, highest population potential is in Bengal, I believe, somewhere. Here, let's turn on the map mode. I'm going to turn off Fog of War. I'm going to turn on the map mode. We're going to look at innate fertility. This is a... let's see. Alright, deep purple is the highest, I believe. Oh, no. Neon pink is the highest. So you can see Bengal, you have a number of them here. Looks like they've had a rough time recently. Some devastation, so their pop is significantly lower. Floods may be too severe. I need to talk to KJ about it. Let's see. Oops. And in China, you can see in the Yangtze Delta. Not sure which province has the very, very highest, but they get pretty high.
Panthera asked if you could run the total population ping.
Yeah, we can run the total pop ping. Let me see. Actually, I'm kind of curious about that data myself.
Oh, actually, they were all looking at the last thing you were showing. Sorry. They want to see it for China and for the Americas.
Oh, the what?
What you were just showing.
Oh, yeah, we looked at China. We can go to the Americas real quick. Oops, that's not what I wanted. So here's the Aztecs. This is, by the way, I mean, you know, modern day Mexico is actually has really high carrying capacity. Yucatan's pretty good. Yikes, poor Aztecs or Incans. Pretty good down in South America too, believe it or not.
And European?
European. So here's the thing with Europe. It looks like garbage. There's some good stuff in France, but keep in mind too that Europe has more provinces in a lot of cases. Just by the nature of the fact that, you know, everyone, you know, Gigao does the... It's like you go to HRE, you know, and there's just a billion gazillion provinces in HRE, so it doesn't necessarily mean the density is smaller. It just means that there's more provinces, so it's diluting. And Russia, there's some green and blue. Ukraine, modern day Ukraine's pretty nice. Alright, I'm going to shut it off.
What determines what fertility you assign to the provinces?
I've answered that question before. It's in the startup event. We've had, you know, the team demographers and historians assigning values based on... Well, I wrote an algorithm to write down the base value, and then it was modified by the demographers. So basically a bunch of history stuff. It's not like it was just randomly assigned or anything. It's definitely pretty good cause.
Do you want to go back to population ping?
So let's go check out the population ping. Let's see. I just have to remember what the name of the event was. I think it was... Here it was. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. Let's save and then let's... So if I wanted to, I could make a decision that would fire... that could fire an event that would show you the population as a localized variable. But that would take a little more time, so I can just look it up in the save game file. Total pop of whole world. Wait, what? Really? It went down? Something is off. It's 1500. Yeah. May have to tune down plagues, I think. That's roughly what we started with. That or we've just had a really, really violent game. I did completely obliterate the Mamluks and Hungary and Anatolia. Yeah, so we'll ping it a few more times later. It's still obviously a bit of a balancing act. I may need to tune down famines too. We'll see, and floods, because we have a number of new features that could be a drag on pop, but we'll see. Technically, historically populations didn't really grow super fast from 1356 to 1500. It really took off once you got to 1550 and 1600s. Okay, but as tech goes up, innate fertility goes up, and so there's persistently upward pressure. And so right now, if pops are artificially low, there's still going to be persistent pressure pushing it upward.
Okay, I got another question here. Okay. The game currently revolves around conquering, but can you actually have 5 provinces and build tall and be as much powerful as other 20 to 30 province countries, let's say Portugal versus Castile, with no colonization? Yeah,
so if you just have 5 provinces or something, okay, case in point, Florence. Florence has a few more than 5 provinces, but keep in mind most of them are really dinky, right? So yeah, you can grow very tall with just a few provinces, and you can even, in some cases, probably. So let's take a look at Florence, for instance. Oops. Remind me not to start the game. Oh, they changed it to Tuscany, didn't they? Let's look at their Right, so you can see their quality is very good. They have great education, great court, great development, and for being relatively small, they have a pretty large and tight income. You could probably do even better if you were able to drive some trade with them. Not to mention their states are probably pretty rich too. But yeah, as a small country that's super duper developed, you could definitely stand toe to toe with a 30 province, 40 province country. Perfectly possible. And in fact, you can break the issue of exhausting local food by just bringing in continental food too. So you can grow way bigger than
that box out there,
what you're constrained by.
okay?
No, I'll bring it in.
Kind of heavy.
Anyway.
Another question. Is the Great Power System working at all, or is it only visible without effects?
Great. In the official developer, in the most contemporary developers branch, I'm not sure as far as Great Powers are concerned. It's a screwy system to begin with. I don't know. I wish I could just get rid of it because it's not very moddable. There's a lot of really hard-coded stuff. Okay, let's speed things up. I need to reduce corruption. For sure. I handed a bunch out just as favors, but that's probably a bad idea. Yeah, I really want to get my hostile estate revocation stuff going at some point soon. Because right now you can only peacefully revoke stuff. But that's a can of worms that once you open it, it takes a lot of time.
Besides 1356 start date and 1530 start dates, is there any other balanced start date?
Alright, so people, not really, no.
No.
So here's culture shift. There you go. Yay, we got a Greek province. Not a very sophisticated culture shift system right now. So I apologize. Constantinople.
Constantinople.
Hey, largest city on the continent. We did it. Yay! Hooray! Alright, we took it. We is big. More Greeks. Woohoo! Alright. Alright, stream over. We got greatest continental city, so no need to continue. Let's continue anyway. So I spammed a giant sum of money into my education. Now you can see it's ticking up fairly quickly. Actually, let's build a university. No, we already had a university here. Data about our students. Oh, we still have students we need to educate. I mean, so, you know, I seem to be obsessing over these upper class pops who don't have university access, but it's, I mean, this is a really heavy modifier right now. And the only reason my education isn't great is because I haven't been spending that much on the endowment. But I just did, so. I say we expand Antioch and Alexandria, as per the recommendations of some of our people. And I should get a famous union. So much stuff to build. Yeah, Leandor, upper class pops are a percentage of your pops, so I can't invest anything. I can't invest anything in Antioch yet until it cores. There is no largest city in the largest city in the world yet. Thinking about adding it in eventually, but
With more buildings in the city, how much does each subsequent building increase the building cost?
It's kind of hard to explain. You can just see that it happens over time. It reaches new ranks, which then they scale up faster and bigger and bigger and bigger as you get bigger. Otherwise, we need like 50 modifiers, and that would get really tedious. So it's exponential, right?
Someone's asking if it's possible to mod attrition to tick during battles.
I don't know how to answer that one. Multiplayer without issues. You can play multiplayer, but you know you'll crash once in a while or whatever. Yeah, Macaulay fish. Fish. Eventually, we wanted to have a fishing system, but not get too complicated. But that, you know, every time you add one of these details, you know, it's a few days or a week of work, even if it's just a relatively small one. Trying to get a lot of the major features into place when you're still missing a really good colonization system. You know, things like fishing and other types of stuff like that tend to take the back seat. Istanbul.
Let me go back to Alanda's question. He keeps asking.
What is it?
Hold on. How does the 30-year war play out in terms of lasting damage to the HRE? What's the medium time for the princess to recover?
Right, so because 30 years, it depends. Hold on a second. I mean, depends on intensity, and it, you know, with the 30 Years' War, because you're now dealing with different religions, then that means the intensity of the violence goes up, right? So the reason why the Mamluks got wrecked so bad by me is because an Orthodox Christian was coming into, you know, a Sunni land and wrecking everything, and so that increased the destructiveness. And so, when you have Protestant League wars and the 30 Years' War and stuff like that, it does way more damage than it would otherwise. It was just a Catholic fighting a Catholic.
You've got a few people asking here about colonization system.
Colonization, best I can say about colonization is that it needs work, I'm afraid, and will likely be a bit buggy. We've got, it's a bare bones type of colonization. There's like some immigration to the New World, but the things that we really want to do with it aren't done. Because all the colonization stuff first requires that all of the pop stuff be finished so that we can integrate it, and so that was our first priority, obviously.
The culture conversion system should be tied to education. The upper classes should be influencing the lower classes and then spread to neighboring provinces. That's someone's comment.
Can everyone hear my wife whispering okay? So Zaz, we'll try, and it'd be nice to figure out a good culture conversion system, but it's a pain because you don't have too many tools with it to use with it.
Besides colonization, any plans for rework of piracy, major part of the New World?
Yep. Answer is yes. We want to have pirate estates, but that's another complex issue. Pirates are near and dear to my heart.
Does your heretics, heathens tolerance affect how much you wreck other religion provinces?
Yeah, it does. So if you don't tolerate heathens and heretics, you wreck them more. Yeah, Mr. Boxer, it's pretty rudimentary. It's like, oh, you're adjacent to how many provinces of a given, culture? I wanted to do something where if you had, a Constantinople with a bunch of Greeks next to, a non-Greek province, the massive influence of that culture in that province would then spill over. That's the kind of thing I'd like to do, and then your primary culture would take over. See what I'm saying?
All right.
But that'll have to wait.
Here's one from Kaldar. He has good questions. What feature do you regret most not having finished for 2.0?
So much.
Everything.
Tribes.
Mm-hmm.
As tribes, you can't really play an Asian game, or even in some ways an Eastern European game, without tribes, because the Crimean Khanate and the remaining hordes had such a huge influence in Eastern Europe. They basically suppressed the power of the Russian principalities for so long. Timur rode in with basically a Mughal army and conquered Multan and all of Central Asia and blistered the Mamluks and kicked the Ottomans in the balls, and the Manchu invaded China. There's so much, and so I really wanted to get them done, but it was just too much work to get balanced. So
Wallaby wants to be a programmer.
and if there is that big of a need, I know at least I have an interest as a programmer to help. Yeah, Wallaby, if you want to join my little project thingy and help, then that's why I'm starting the forum in a bit.
Did you remove the option for paid culture conversion?
Yep, no paid culture conversion, because that is totally ahistoric and never happened. There was a lot of culture conversion in earlier times. So in earlier Byzantine history, it happened quite often, where it was kind of difficult to intentionally try to convert somebody's culture, but what you would do is you would move your people in next to those other people that weren't your culture, and then your superior culture would kind of come from your urban areas, and your goods would influence them, and that's what happened in earlier history. It could have happened in this era of history, but they're just, it just wasn't as common as earlier.
MJM has asked this several times now. Will peasants' republics get flavor? Can we get a way to get peasants' republics in nations that did not start with one?
Peasant republics, yeah. It would be cool. I'd love to have a peasant republic. They weren't super common in this area, and a lot of the quote unquote peasant republics were just part of other countries, but they were like, you know, a collection of villages or something like that. But it would be good to have real republic mechanics just for those people who want to, you know, demote their nobles so that you end up with freeholders, and then you have, you know, a democratic freeholder society. You could also have fusion governments where you have a republic which is part aristocratic with burghers, and then freeholders as well. Franz, seriously. Okay, you win. You got me. I mean, it makes sense that there would be mechanics for it, you know, for culture conversion, but it's just not I want something better than clicking a button and sending 200 birds to go, you know, fly around all the people and cluck in their ears and convince them to become Greeks. It just okay. So focus. Okay, let's actually focus on the game.
Do Q&A everything.
So, okay, education's going up. Not as much as I would have hoped. Alright, let's try and crank out some more. Okay, we have an upper class here. Let's build a university in...
Is colonization going to be in 2.0? Yes or no?
Yeah, I've answered that a bunch of times. The size of provinces, they swoop in and capture the wrong cultured people. Yeah, I think paradox. I think the concept is you send McDonald's to the provinces, and then oh. Well, pretty brutal. How many privileges? There was a bug previously. Okay, I guess I'm better off just accepting it. Let's see. It's bedtime for me. Bye-bye, Krill. I genuinely want to know the mechanics the team has in mind. Yeah, Krieg, I mean, there's so much stuff. There's, like, military estates. There's, you know, new colonization mechanics where you have plantation economies and high pop colonies, you know, in temperate places. There's all kinds of stuff like that.
What interaction do you have with the upper class except the education?
Interaction with upper classes, there's arts. Wherever, so in Constantinople, run by the burghers, burghers are made more powerful when there are upper classes in the province because those are basically the members of the estate, right?
You can read the comment right
there. Oh. New systems like lumber. That would be a question for Cardinal. I haven't talked to him about in the wild. As far as the mechanics relating to lumber. Will there eventually be ways to prevent corruption, at least of your state? Yeah, you can try and take active measures. It just gets very, very hard, especially once your country gets really big. Okay, we're starting up the game again. I think I need one more university to have to have every pupil accounted for. And I am totally gonna spam more into education. And I'm gonna bank all my monarch points and then try to use the modifier to help me. Yeah, Christian, it's totally not necessary to be a colonial power to succeed. Aaron, the answer to how come your state screen looks so great is we had an artist join the team, Pel, and he put some work into it. So yeah. Is a university in Antioch too premature? Was there one historically?
Are there any creative gimmicks under the hood that you're particularly proud of, even if most players will never be aware of them?
Particular mechanics that
Your
that were,
runners.
yeah, the runners are good. There's a lot of, I mean, the runners, people take advantage of that, but the thing is, yeah, there's a lot of deep mechanics, right, that create organic situations that I think that are a lot more complex than is immediately evident, especially when it comes to population growth and food. Okay, interesting little thing. I'm gonna interrupt myself. So, when a city gets really powerful, and then its surrounding area isn't very powerful, isn't very urbanized, it will then take the wealth that it's accumulating and it will invest in another city. See? And it invested over here. Metropole aided this province. See? And so it built oh wow, built a corporation guild here. And now it's a center of production. That's cool. Border gore. It's hard to tell. Looks like greater nobles have built some stuff here. Yeah, border gore. I mean, you can kind of see. You mean as far as blobbing is concerned? You can kind of see, blobemia is kind of being annoying. Krieg. It is a center of production, a minor one. Constantinople is a important center of production. So Constantinople, technically better. Yeah, Connor, absolutely. Can surrounding provinces, farms support a heavily urbanized city like Constantinople? They already are. Demi, is it possible to loot with Condorati's? No, unfortunately it's not. Actually, is it possible? It could be actually possible. It's not currently because it's something I really wanted to do, but it would be really complicated code-wise. The problem is they technically own your army, and so the occupation, let's say France takes your Condorati, it immediately flips the province to them and not to you. And the loot system operates off of checking to see who occupied the province, and then it gives the loot to that individual. The question is how to find a way to get the loot to the person who gave the Condorati. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. There may be some ways to do it, but it's difficult. Centers of trade and production are per subcontinent. And you can get more of them the more urban production and trade there is on that subcontinent. How big can population of a single province get? Most of the time, the urban population can aggregate and get really big in a certain province. You can get over 1 million people in a province. Akka, it's not possible to have a minor center of trade in every province. That's not really the way it works. Because there's counter inertia. The more centers of trade and centers of production you get, it gets harder and harder to get that next one. in the subcontinent. So just you can get a lot. I mean, so let's take a look. So we have a minor center of production. We have an important center of trade, minor center of production, major center of trade, important center of production, important center of production, major center of trade, important center of production, minor center of trade. Right, so we're pretty, there's quite a few. You can get quite a few. Oh, and then Crete, minor center of trade. Blockades, Jonathan, work the same way. We had been talking about trying to find a way to get them to conductor. Hold on. I'm going to find a way to bastardize that word even worse than before.
So
Let's see. Converterati. I think of cottage. I'm just gonna call it cottage cheese warriors. So yeah, I mean, we can find a way to get cottage cheese warriors possibly to get some loot.
So back to blockades. Does it affect population growth and food distribution?
Well, actually, let's compare real quick. Let's compare Constantinople with Florence. Yeah, you're right. What that means is that Florence is just a very mature city. Yeah, actually, let's check. Let's look at the difference between Florence, and Constantinople. So I guess Florence was able to dodge a lot of plagues. So let's look at their demographic data. Urban saturation is 115%. Gravity is only 21, so they're way over their gravity. So their growth is slowing down, but because their city is mature, and hasn't been beat up very much, they have a high population relative to their urban gravity. But then if we look at Constantinople, not only is it a capital of a large empire, so it gets bonuses, and it has a capital building. We can see the urban saturation is way lower because we keep building stuff there. So as the population is rising, saturation is getting higher, but the more urban gravity stuff that we build, the more it pushes the saturation down and the more it drives up population still. So if we keep pouring buildings in and getting bigger, it'll keep driving up growth.
Is there a list or chart to understand the way?
Sorry.
Is there a list or chart to understand the way certain trade goods can turn into higher tier ones?
I'll need to make one, or we need to put it in the localization. Linen can be upgraded to a luxury good. It doesn't say what it is though, so I need to.
Yeah, questions are slow.
Yeah, I think I'll stop asking questions or stop answering questions just a little while so we can keep the game moving, since I know people are interested in seeing it. I might if I get a little sleepier, I might try to talk to the people that are interested in the programming project for later. Try to find a way to make that happen. Should check my decision, shouldn't I? Oh. I should do this. Spaghetti are mercenaries. Well, the spaghetti are mercenaries. Will they get the loot when they get hired?
That's racist.
Yeah. Hey man, they're talking about kebabs and stuff. Okay, so we got education going up at a nice steady clip. Yeah, Leandor, sure. Yeah, absolutely. It'll be fun. Yeah, I love teaching. I love teaching. I was a teacher for a while, and it was really satisfying. So it'd be fun to get a for people of all different aptitudes. So I'm gonna go ahead and try and destroy some yucky modifiers here, but there's gonna be remove pizza. So your pizza mercenaries, do they get loot when you send them off to fight for another country?
Why is there a decision to change government when you can use a paradox tool in the government tab?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that one. Demian does not know the answer to all questions. Jerusalem? Oh, goodness. I don't know. Banu Rasu is pretty beefy. And Georgia's falling apart. This is what happens when you conquer too fast without building up your base. The urban infrastructure of Constantinople is an embarrassment. It's rank 1. I'll show you the modifier I'm trying to remove in a second. Yeah, Ken, we removed a lot of those. I'd like to remove all of them. Yeah, Georgia's toast. I mean, the AI is not as good as it could be, mainly because, well, it will be better. I need to do some work on assignment of privileges and revoking privileges and stuff like that. Brontouche. Bruschetti is pronounced If you're gonna live in America, learn to speak the language. Oh, you want to see how CE works? Mean Mikara, it did have good infrastructure, but it got burned down. Stupid rebels came in and wrecked some of it. Let's see. What was I looking for again? Oh, that's right, Your Honors. Hopefully this doesn't crash the game. Okay. It does not have too much harbors. Okay, so we're gonna show you what CE looks like when it's calculated. So here you see runners going out from the capital. See, they're going out and they're following the fastest routes. See, and some of them have jumped the ports over here. See, this is one day at a time as they're traveling. Ta-da! Let's try it again. Second, yeah, we do. It seems like all our major cities are just clustered around here. It would be nice to have a major city that wasn't just like Athens or something. Something over here to drive trade, but really the most logical thing is to improve Alexandria at this point. Because there's still so much freaking trade over here. And then Antioch would be another good bet because there's a lot of trade in over here. Konya is a pretty big city. Could always upgrade that to move trade as well. Yeah, actually, I think we really need to focus on cities outside of the Sea of Marmara. Okay, let's continue. The mod needs more cowbell. Education should start looking pretty good. Oh yeah, I had my limit raised for a reason. I'm going to end the Beylik of Karzai.
Okay, got another
Demian, how high does the loot slider setting have to go before heavy damage to urban infrastructure becomes a thing instead of just local wealth? There is always damage to infrastructure anytime anyone ever invades or occupies a province. It just gets overwhelming when you start, stacking really, really unfavorable situations. Oh no, am I not protecting trade? This is what happens when I end up having to yap too much. What's the WC challenge? Oh, World Conquest challenge. Huh. Good question. I'm not really sure. I should. That would be an interesting challenge. I mean, it would have to be something that like you could do in vanilla, but which we declare you cannot do in this game. I mean, the obvious thing would be, building massive cities in every single province, right? But I know that's impossible. Yeah, try not going PP for the entire duration of the game. That's my challenge. Good luck. Two stability. We should try and tackle this corruption, shouldn't we? It's really causing us problems. Did you convert the religion of your provinces? What would happen if you persecuted a religion? Would the nearby countries get AE or a Casus Belli? They can, yes. Absolutely. Avenge the faithful. I'm just a little lazy. So I haven't been persecuting. Catheters. Does that mean I win? You have to prove it. Picture it didn't happen. There will be a new inflation mechanic for gold. Demian, can you talk a second about what exactly education does? Oh, yeah. I should probably express why we're so infatuated with this. Okay. Education, as you can see, gives you improved tech cost, idea cost, global institution spread, possible advisors, yearly army tradition decay, and yearly navy tradition decay. So you get high enough and institution spread faster into your land, and you get tech and idea bonuses. And I'm way behind in tech, way behind in ideas, so I'm trying to make up for it. Let me check institution spread here. So I could embrace, technically, if I had, I'm sure, some outrageous sum of money. Still got a long ways to spread. What do you think about a culture modifier system like that of religion? Way too much work. I mean, it'd be great. But, someday if we can... we're kind of holding out on better tools from Paradox. Yeah, I got in the Nicomedia first. because it was a major center of trade before Constantinople was, so it got a head start. France, you have to reinvent it, which is very difficult. Alex Brigham, yeah, basically. I'm trying to get simultaneously good education. Oh, and I should use this opportunity to revoke a privilege. Let's give it a shot. Of course, this happens immediately after I attempt to revoke a privilege. Oh, I got off the hook. I got off the hook again. I'm gonna test to see if something's bugged. I'm wondering whether there's a random seed issue. Yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna load. I'm gonna try revoking all these privileges again. Because Paradox's random seeds are a little funky. I think it was the second time I revoked the privilege. But there's a possibility that when you revoke, there's a chance that for some reason Paradox, for whatever reason, uses the same random seed in a given month or something like that. I missed a lot of stab hits there. I missed it from a corruption event. I missed it from 3 privilege events. So I'm just gonna revoke. Go away. Right. Looks bugged. Damn it, I don't know how to fix this. Universities do help to increase education. So I'm going to keep revoking privileges. See, so 50%, 25% chance, nothing. 50, 25%, nothing. 50, 25%, nothing. Yep, this is definitely getting statistically untenable. It's weird, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Why is suddenly... I'm using all these different loads, they should all have different random seeds, right? And it's expressing it right here. Grudgingly. That doesn't seem right. And it all looks the same. Let me try something else. I think Roomba did, and so I think it's a bug. I've lost stability revoking privileges before. and it's showing here. So let's do one at a time. Grudgingly. Okay. 50%. And that was 9%. So it's supposed to hurt more, remember, the more influence they have. Let's revoke again. 50, 25%. Grudgingly, it should be higher. Grudgingly. Something is obviously not right here. It could be in the event text, but let's see. I'm having a hard time comprehending what in the code could be wrong. Let me get the event ID.
Someone said that they didn't think they ever saw or remember get anything other than grudgingly.
Huh. Let's load. You're just very lucky. Nah. This was always a bit peculiar. It could, Alex.
You should make a note there's a typo in the event text. Daniel called it out.
Alright, well this is more important. There's only one way to find this out. Demian, upload the mod and let us test it. Good point. Yeah, it's annoying because random lists are not actually random. Okay, 603. Yeah, it's only ever grudgingly. What the frack? Let's Papa states. I mean, this isn't the kind of thing that would be caused by a broken, like an unclosed bracket or anything. Papa states 603 all the way down here. So this is how it works, right? If I revoke a greater noble privilege, I get bumped to this event, which chooses a random list of the 5 different outcomes, right? There could be no effect, and you could get away with it. A slight effect, which I think is grudging. Moderate effect, like they're not happy. And so it sets this variable that then gives you the hit to stability. It was originally put in a separate event to avoid this kind of issue, so it would be forced to calculate a new random seed. But now it looks like maybe, I don't know. Every time there's a Paradox vanilla update, there's a chance that it changes how calculations are made or whatever. And so you can see these kinds of bugs pop up too. We keep getting, I think this one slight grudgingly. They accept, or maybe it's, we can find out. Actually, let's check the localizations too. That way we know exactly what we're, oh no, moderate effect, yeah, 603. So yeah, that's grudgingly. We're getting the middle effect. And then you can see it uses this to hit you. Greater noble revoke loss on privilege. Well, Well, that sucks. What's going on? Here, let me try force firing the event. Let's see what that does for us. This is a pretty major bug in my opinion. So let's say we console fire it. Okay, so it can theoretically hurt us. This bug sucks because it's basically it's obviously a paradox engine issue. There was even a delay. This is gonna look like a stupid solution, but what I'm gonna do is this is the kind of BS you have to deal with sometimes when you're pushing an engine to a point that it was never meant to deal with. You're kind of doing peculiar things. Instead of it may be that for some reason these events being called from a random list is somehow sabotaging the random list of, but there is no random list here.
Can you pull 603 out entirely?
No, I don't think so. Yeah. All right, we gotta go further back. Let's go to the actual interaction in question. Right. So, remember. Let's go ahead and load. If I pull out 603 entirely, it'll just end up calling an event that doesn't exist. I mean, there's ways to work around this that would be really annoying, but alright, so let's revoke that privilege. So, debug mode again. This is estates interaction 6, that's right. Oops. Why? You exist, I know you do. Oh, interactions, duh. I'm in the wrong file. Russian population. Okay, so this is the file with all of the estate interactions. The one for greater nobles involving revoking privileges is called revoke privileges, right? That's right here. This is the diplo cost and admin cost calculated, and it's based on the weight of the estate in the country. So let's say we wanted to revoke banned commenters from Officer Corps. Here is the event that's being called, right? Right, so the pop estate 600. That was the one that decides how severe the result is going to be, right? So I wonder if it's just... a matter of it's just calling too many events in the chain and confusing the random seed. So normally when there's a bug, guys, there's like a bracket missing, and so it's screwing everything up. It's thinking that a code block ends like down here or something. But sometimes you have engine issues that aren't really your fault. And those tend to be the bugs that are especially frustrating because it can be hard to get to the bottom of them. Yeah. Well, let's see if any of you have any ideas. Alex Brigham. Demian, there are random lists in the stab loss effects. There are random lists in the stab loss effects. 50% lose 1 stab, 50% nothing. Daniel Pitt. Then reassign the other 4 to the 25 chance instead to see if it's just calling 603 itself. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, we can try that. Just out of curiosity. I'm not convinced it would necessarily do anything, so let's do this. And then we comment out this one. So the random list is always going to call the other ones that we haven't been getting. Let's see what happens. For some reason, it really wants to default to grudgingly. I can't figure out why. Yeah, it definitely means 20% chance. I use random lists all the time, but sometimes they just act funny. Hey, you know what might be the issue too? We're doing another random chance, technically inside of a random chance. I wonder if that's confusing the engine. See? Because we have a random chance, and then it's instantaneously calling another event, which then checks for another random chance. And it could be confusing things and just be saying no, 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 no. And it's just assigning all of the random chances to no, 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 no. So let's try, yeah. So bong bong, if I can't figure it out after a certain period of time, I usually just rewrite the event, you know. I'm going to try Daniel Pitt's solution, and I'm going to try my next solution. And if that's not the case, I'll need to come up with something better. Yeah, inception of random chances. That's like when you put a scripted effect inside of a scripted effect, the engine's like, it gets extremely confused. Okay, so we're trying Daniel Pitt's solution here. I already revoked the privilege here, so let me go back. Yeah, Alex, that's absolutely the case unless. So if you run a loop that you don't close, if you never give the criteria for it to close, so if you say do this calculation until criteria A is true, and you never provide it with criteria A, it'll just give up after a while. The engine's kind of lazy in that way. So, okay, we're trying Daniel Pitt solution first. Alright, so revoke privileges peacefully. We'll deal with them later. Greater nobles generally accept reforms. Nothing. Let's load and see if it gives the same outcome again. If it does, it means it's defaulting. It's always defaulting to something, which means it's always using the same seed over and over again. God, I hate these types of bugs. This is one of those situations too where you're like, you know, where you're like, God, I wish I could just make my own engine from scratch or something. And this is obviously an important part of the game, so a bug of this magnitude is definitely a very bad thing. Yeah, they keep wanting to generally accept the reforms. So we're putting a random seed inside of a random seed, and that might be the issue. You can see it's, Franz, you can see it's always exactly the same value that pops up without implementing new events by trisection. What do you mean exactly, since I'm stupid and don't know Don't know anything. So, I have a suspicion that could fix this problem very easily. I think the engine gets confused. You can't. I've tested this before. You can't technically put a random list inside of a random list. The game gets very, very mad. But what we're doing, well, what I'm doing, or what I did, was I am having a random list, calling an event, which then immediately calculates a random chance. And I think that may be confusing the game. That may be confusing the engine. So if I simply do this, and I delay it by 1 day, then that could fix the problem. Because then it would have a random list, but then it would wait a little bit, call a new event, and then the random list would be broken up. So I'm going to try that. It's random lists all the way down. We'll just try with other countries. I'm pretty sure we'll do it with other, we'll try with other countries just to. Yeah, I know, right? France, it's math. I do want to learn the math, but yeah, KJ, I should be sleeping. It's getting late, but I don't like this bug. Oh yeah, sorry, it is, and it's dated too. It also gives the nobles a chance to think about how mad they are. Let them stew on it for a while. Friends, you know the random seed is in the third option of the random list. So you bunch the first two options together. Well, I need to avoid as much random list inception as possible. Alright, please, 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 please work. Alright, we don't know necessarily that you need multiple data points. Revoke privileges. God damn it. Okay, if I get one more, grudgingly accept reform, then it's still probably broken. Sigh.
At the end of the stream, you need to list your account specs. A lot of people ask.
Okay. It'd be nice if there was a way to force reset the seed. But what confuses me is if you revoke multiple privileges, you get the same random seed with every single revocation. It's so annoying. Yeah. Busted still. Okay, so there's an easy way around this. I don't really like it as much because there's less chance of severity. But let's do this. We just take this, head back up to the estate interactions. The engine grudgingly accepted reforms. I doubt Roomba had the same issue, and I had this issue way back when I first made it, but then had thought I had fixed it, and it was apparently working right, but now it's not. Let me see what. Okay, so Commoners and Officer Corps. So I'm just gonna stick this. Up here. And I'm just gonna take some of the randomness out. There's like 2 tiers of randomness. That may not be necessary. And it would be nice to know up front how much stability you stand to lose. You know what I mean? So let's try. No, I need to calculate this properly though. Hold on. Oh, never mind. It's right here, I think. Yeah. So I actually don't even need to do that. I just need to stick the effect in here. Okay. So... Okay. Let's test it. So this will let us know whether it's a random seed inside of random seed issue. Now we have a forced situation where we only have 1 random seed. If this fixes the problem, then I'll be happy. Hey, Demian's wife, how's it going? You know anything about code? I hope you are his wife. The girl in the back. Sorry, I assumed your gender and whatnot.
Demian is married to a man.
Demian is married to a wise ass. Shots fired. She tries to make her voice sound extra feminine whenever she's talking and on the interwebs. She'll even fluff her hair sometimes, as though she she just did it now, actually. Demian is married to Granada. Demian is Ellie. It's all a farce. It's all. I'm playing all of you. Demian, you could split the 5 events into 12 or so events that all use the same random list. Yeah, I think I mean, that may get what I'm trying to get done, but I think I may be in favor of streamlining at this point. So let's see. Revoke privilege peacefully. There, I can move this around obviously, but let's see if it has an effect. Okay, it works. So this is the simple solution. I think maybe I just better go with it. It's more upfront too, because the player just sees like, okay, if I try to revoke this privilege, I stand to lose this. Ellie is an intricate web weaver. Alright, so I think we're good. Let me check it one more time. Just to make it sure it isn't disposed to the opposite. So it's hitting me for 2 every time. Let's try Spain. Now I'm getting hit for 2 every single time. It could just be bad luck. They've already revoked recently. No, I need stability at least 1. So, stab 4. Stability 4. Thank you. Wow, this is a little disconcerting. I'm getting like the worst outcome every time. $75, $50, $50. So if I get hit 3 times, is it the same freaking global random seed? How do they just like calculate the same random seed for like every country in the world for like a month? I don't understand. Yeah, this is a PDocs bug. What did you have in mind, Aaron? Alright, let's try this. Like someone said, let's run the game a little bit. Because when you're console switching, strange things happen too, so that could be it. Let's run it. Dun-dun-dun. I've wondered that, Wallaby. Fez has satisfied. I know, right? Dun dun dun. Fez so strong. Wow. Wait a minute. How can they have Continental Art Center? Constantinople doesn't. I'm gonna have to check those calculations myself too. It's not my thing, but okay. So in the new month, we're gonna revoke privileges. Go to another month. Oops. Let's try Spain. Yep, hit me for 2. Hit me for 3. Run the game. There, go away. Yeah, so well, I don't know. Let's try one more thing. Where was it? State effects. Sort of. I'd originally split it into multiple events. That was the solution. So.
Don't worry about those.
Well. Restart computer.
That's fine.
Put fist through monitor. What? Yep, 2 hits. Just try unplugging and plugging back in. Well, here's the frustrating thing, Aaron. It's that I put it now. I just put it directly into here, into this. And so, for instance, let's look at the corruption events, right? You know how I've been getting those estates demand privileges events? Well, those are working, right? They're doing the same exact thing that this event is doing. Or are they? Let me see. Maybe not. Corruption, startup, corruption. Okay. Let's force fire a corruption event. See what happens. It's using the same list thingy, right? Right, so if I fight it, corruption, stab, fight, corruption, stability, hits. Okay, so let's test the concept. Events, this one. No, I don't want to take corruption. See, I lost 1 stability. That's what you would expect. So and it's doing the exact same thing. It's calculating in the immediate. It's even using a random list to determine the variable. Right, so here's the stability hit variable. Right? Sets the variable, and then that variable is checked in fight, corruption, stability. So let's look that up in my scripted effects. Let's see if it's looks the same here. Yep, random, chance. It's the same thing. Alright, look familiar? Look familiar? Oops, it's like the same, it's no different. Huh. Oh well. Yeah, I guess there's Gentle Doom. If I don't use the scripted effect, good idea. That's a really good idea. Because scripted effects can act very strange. So let's just take this, pretend that it just is not even in a scripted effect, which is horrible, because look at how much space this takes up. So it's pretending that there's no scripted effect at all. It's just right there. Let's test it. Oh, we also need to put it here. Plink.
There. Oh, that one.
Why?
You guys be neutral.
Spaghetti code. Yeah, someone needs to legally change their name because I'm getting confused. Too many Andrews. Right, go on vacation. Okay. All right. Currently a failed data points. Not looking good. It was a good idea, but I may have to throw in the towel on this bug and try and deal with it later. Oh, man.
Yeah, get out the game. These last 10 viewers.
Okay. Alright, well, looks like for now I won't be fixing this bug, which sucks. Let me just put it back to the way it was at least. Alright. Alright, I'll go a little bit longer with the game. Yeah, Georgia survived. Probably not for long. So, Alex, my hunch is that triggering random effects through an interaction causes a fixed seed to be used. That's an interesting thought. So how does one work around that, do you think? Just like a random seed. But the random seed... Okay, so we go back to the interactions. There's no random seed being checked here, right? It's being checked in an event that's 6 days later. Why would that event have a random seed set by the interaction? So dumb. Such a pointless bug that just pops out of the blue for no reason. That's kind of funny. That's a possibility, Aaron. But even I let the clock, I let it run for a while, and even then it yeah, really send it to Johan. Might be able to manual edit seed and save file to check if the seed is being hard coded for the interaction events. Where would you find that in the game file? It'll be like we're all one big happy family. 151 pomegranates.
Yep. You lose them. I'm dropping my flies.
Yep, I think I lost, let's see, how many streamers did I lose to attempting to fix a bug for 30 minutes and failing? Sigh. But this is exactly why I need to separate the streams. Whoa. Okay. Yes, I do need to build more roads, that's for sure. Now I have all the stability. Yeah, Wallaby. That's a good idea. And let's see if seed is anywhere. Multiplayer random seed. Huh. Rebel faction. Yeah. In normal programming language, I would just run the function event many times and print the results. See if they were the same every time. So I can actually, when I fire those delayed events, I can actually find them and check the seed. Yeah. Well, I'll try that later. My brain's fried. Jonathan, I mean, yeah, but, you know, games are pretty long. I did not even fix the bug. Yeah, Arumba's thing where he kept,
Features.
Alright, so it looks like Constantinople's growing pretty fast. I'm going to pretty much outpace everybody else in Europe. My income's growing like crazy. The idea is I want to get my education up high enough so that I'll be able to tech up. I'm just going to go hog wild. There is no modifier beyond gold at the moment for major cities. Yay, cars! Ooh. I'm way too tolerant. Sack some Chinese lands. I know, 555 months to convert. Yeah, I know, Ryukyu campaign, that would be pretty fun, actually. Don, what do you mean? Down up like a kipper, isn't the growth of Constantinople a bit ahistorical? Well, let's Constantinople historical, excuse me, Istanbul historical population numbers. It's probably gonna be recent history. Yeah, we don't want that.
There's a question mark.
Here we go. No, we're just about right on par. How am I going to get to this? In 30 years, though? I do not know. So why can't you core some provinces, but apparently not others? There needs to be no unrest, and there needs to be a CE calculated there, communication efficiency. Incredible Google skills. I know. I find it offensive that Constantinople in my game is 28 population instead of the historical 26, but I am totally cool with, you know, the Roman Empire being restored and destroying the Ottomans. Franz, what happened was, I think the Mamluks conquered Egypt.
Leandro has a question.
There is no way to force transfer population from one city to another. I know Timur did it, but I don't think that's a practical. It didn't happen very much in this era of history. Yeah, Vijay did not get to the bottom of the bug, I'm afraid. We did come to understand it wasn't my fault, but Mamluks conquered Egypt. The Mamluks were conquered by the Ottomans. Let's find out. Mamluks. I had a feeling it was, let's see. Well, well, yeah, I mean, they were around all the way to Napoleon, but they were subjugated much sooner. Let's see. Ottomans and the end of the Mamluk Sultanate. Oh man, you guys getting tired of Demian being right? Yeah, so that corresponds perfectly to the burst of growth in Constantinople. That was the point where Cairo declined, and then Ottoman Istanbul became uber. What just makes you uncomfortable, a giant pie? Personally, I would be made uncomfortable by a giant pie. I mean, eating it would give me some serious digestional distress and discomfort.
Can you talk about how assimilation is going to work?
True, Wallaby. Assimilation.
Is it going to be more likely with underpopulated provinces? Will there be migration events?
First, Mrs. Demian's reading me a question, but I'm stuck on some other questions. So is that something that M&T can emulate massive growth after massive conquest? Yeah, so you can. So you get capital bonuses, right? Capital rank bonuses. So that in conjunction with using some of the loot to, build extra buildings should be enough to cause significant growth. They fed Constantinople with kebabs. Can you talk about how assimilation is going to work? Is it going to be more likely with underpopulated provinces? Will there be migration events? I mean, migration's a little crude right now. It happens under the hood. By assimilation, do you mean vassal assimilation? I don't think they want to move to Constantinople after Damian accidentally executed the Caliph. But you can see it's growing like gangbusters. Dead Caliph or no dead Caliph. Urban saturation is still very low. Demi, can you recommend some nations? Granada's a good pick. Interesting. Caetano Silvieri. You'll have to come hang out in the forum that I actually should probably set up tonight. So I'll continue on a little longer, see how high we can get our education, how advanced we can make ourselves, and I'll try and set up that forum. Maybe some people want to hang around and we can talk about it. Almost the next rank. Vija, did he fix the bug? No, I did not fix the bug. I got a better understanding of why there was a bug and maybe how to get around it, but... Kian Behamish. When will you have had it with the smell of impaled bodies in your backyard and fade Wallachia? I was hoping I could just vassalize him eventually. Oh, I can demand trade power? Give me your trade power, bitches. Vassalize, vassalize. I'd need to be much bigger. Build some ports and roads. I agree. Andrew. You could stream a potato watching it. I'd watch it. Yeah, I appreciate that. Damien, have you ever been to Granada? I'd assume you have, but just want to make sure. I've never been there. I've seen pictures of it. It'd be awesome. I'd love to go through the Alhambra. Please take everything south of the Danube. It hurts my eyes seeing Byzantium without it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well right now, like I said, I'm trying to become advanced so that, I mean, if I can keep up with Miltech, I can steamroll everything. So as much as I want to build those roads... Oh wait, crap, I'm almost maxed on manpower. Probably should build those roads. Let's see... Yeah, let's try and increase Bulgarian CE. Well, there's no road at all here. Okay, this has a high population, so this makes sense to have my roads here. So I'm just going to contribute manpower like crazy. Construct roads. Holy moly.
Next tech level.
I think you can buy the next tech level with the money you have? You mean the monarch points? Low price of 1,400 ducats. Jesus. Take the coast of Kandar and Karaman so they can't take trade power. Yeah, I'll go after them again pretty soon. You are like our current PM. All he does is build roads. But they're shitty. Okay, serious question, not trolls. Can cities that have lots of pop spread to other cities directly around it? Would that make sense? We were thinking about a decline mechanic where if your city no longer was relevant, it could then the population could move to some place that was booming. That's a bit tricky though. That's something we'd have to sort out. I just built in the mountain. That was a horrible idea. So let's check institutions. Because if I could embrace, I could start teching out. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Need to talk to Maloran about spread. Demi, inside question. Wouldn't it make sense to add manpower costs to constructing larger buildings? Maybe. Believe it or not, it's a huge pain in the ass to have manpower pay for buildings. It's a very, I mean, it looks so intuitive. You just clicky, 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 but it's actually thousands of lines of code, and it's very involved. So adding just even one building is difficult. Yeah, I kind of wanted to upgrade my urban infrastructure here. I just want to catch up in tech. But look how my money's, boom, my trade, jeez. Dominating trade. Okay. Construct your roads all over my province. Hello, Demian. Do you have the Eastern music pack for EU4? Can you play Emperor's Road? I don't know if I do or not. The men's corpses are the roads. Well, Leandor, the idea is that technically the men aren't dying necessarily. They're just working on the roads long enough that they age out of the cohort where they're capable of being, eligible manpower. And death, that's sheep. That's the same principle that you're getting at. They're not dying. So I mean, some are dying, surely, but if you're gonna work on the road for 5 to 10 years, by the time you're done, if you're an old man by that point, if in this era when you died oftentimes when you were 40 or 45. Seeker, I might actually mention. Oh, I hope you're just passing through. The Roman state is hiding us the truth. Those mass graves are from famine, as I'm sure you know. Alright, do I accept this institution or not?
They want to see the religious map mode for Hungary.
Is reformed, I think? Yeah. Hungary is reformed.
Full religious map mode.
The what?
The entire religious map.
The world. I know India needs some work. Our India guy is getting a bunch of books. Yeah. The plague. I bet it's gonna hit Constantinople. I've got 2 major centers of trade. Plague loves centers of trade. What was I doing? Oh yes, I was thinking of embracing that institution. Dagnammit. So hard. Sigh.
Someone's asked this twice. How long until the next institution spawns?
Next one is casual literacy. Pretty soon, actually. Alright, I'm embracing. Would it be inhumane? Would it? Too late for plague doctors. It's already here. Alright, let's see how many people it kills. I'm not gonna kill. It'll kill. Oh my god, it killed them all anyway. Oh. I'm really sad right now. It doesn't. So I programmed it so that you can't save scum out of it. Okay. I'll be up in bed. It's set like 20 years earlier where it's gonna hit and how strong. Andrew Pitt losing is fun. Just the thing is, it's when you aren't getting hit by plague and famine, it's making you feel better about being at peace. All right. Well, it didn't hurt my infrastructure, right? But now I'm at 63% saturation.
Everybody thinks it's
Which event? Bong Bong. Oh, I do have too much mana. How did that happen? Alright, here it goes. I have the institution. Ta-da! I'm still like way behind. I guess we'll find out soon. You can see obviously ground zero is this densely urbanized area. Let's see. Looks like it jumped into Umbria. Germany didn't get hit too hard. Ooh, okay. So, yeah, Plague is a little too strong late game. It's supposed to be deteriorating at this point.
Upgrade your troops. did you just unlock highways?
Huh. I need comfort food in the form of highways. Reacts. Will readers be more likely to die if the capital has been infected by the plague? Interesting notion. Haven't made anything like that yet. Andrew. Florence got the full package of Greek wheat. Nah, Florence got off the hook. They're gonna take the modifier back. At least you have plenty of bodies for the road base now. Oh, there were nasty plagues all the way up to, like, you know, the early 1800s. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe it's not too strong. Okay, I can show you what measures you can take. You can close ports, restrict trade, consider training plague doctors. The problem is when it shows up on your doorstep immediately, there's not a heck of a lot you can do. Yeah, it's true. It only hits super duper urban centers strong. Byzantine Rock, I've been thinking about that. There needs to be some disease outbreaks in China and India. You know, something that's not the same but similar, at least something to knock down urban population. Kian Bahamish, that's the eventual idea, to change technology entirely so that it's not monarch point based. Okay, so once Plague is finished, we'll take a look at the growth rate of Constantinople again. Hey, let's look at my income. Yeah, it dropped by about 55 it dropped about 15 ducats. Constantinople's already bouncing back. Like, plague? What plague? It grew by 1.5 pops last year. About 100,000 people died in Nicomedia. About 80,000 people died in Constantinople. About 60,000 people died in Prusa.
I agree with Giant Pie.
Yeah. Well, I think that's probably a good place to at least stop the game segment here. I've still got my modifier. So hopefully I can stream the rest of my Roman game to its end before PDocsCon, but I still have work to do too, and I have to figure out what the fuck is wrong with that bug. I'll sort that later, though.
I promised that you'd share your computer stats.
Yeah. Oh, my computer stats? Ronnie, why are you making me embarrass myself? Okay, so I'm supposed to show you my computer stats. Hold on 1 second.
They want to just know what they need to be able to run it smoothly.
I mean, it's so hard to say. So my computer is inferior to some of the other people on the team, but for some reason it runs faster. It's, I don't know. It's a little complicated. I almost don't want to recommend something that, I mean, RAM and processing power are important. You know, I find that a solid state drive is really handy because the load time in the beginning is so brutal. Also, I told some of you guys that I'd try to talk to you about the, the game development project that I'm planning on working on. So if some people want to stick around after the game, then that would be cool. Oops.
Social security number.
Yeah, I know, right? Let me just pull up my bank statement here in the middle of a stream. Don't forget your social security number, bank account. Yeah, anyone that's curious. And with the development project I'm going to be working on, it's not just about people who specifically have programming skills or have art skills or stuff like that. It's also just, anyone who wants to bring ideas to the, to the process, or is interested in watching what it's like to try to develop from scratch, with no experience, and how it might go. 53. So let me pull up Gaming Rebellion and see if I can get the forum up and running. Oh, I'm supposed to put something interesting here. Like what? You don't know. Don't. Interesting. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I could just try and get the forum going up in the morning, and then next stream I can probably, it might be better for me just to start a few threads, and then go from there, rather than trying to do this at like 11 o'clock when I'm tired and everything. Other guys, you can feel free to talk and chat if you want. I was wondering, maybe instead of Antiquity, you can make a post-apocalyptic grand strategy game. I've always thought that was a cool idea. It could be. Pong pong. You can be so obscene sometimes. Here you go. Oh yeah. Oh, Byzantium. Just run that on loop. That should get you there. Fallout Universalis. After the end. I'd like to be able to create a game that can give me a lot of leg room to work with real economic systems and real real population biology and stuff like that. The Cloud Swift engine is kind of limited in that regard. It's also kind of antiquated. It would be nice if somehow it were possible to license a Paradox engine. The question is that the types of strings attached that would come along with it, because, you know, as soon as you get your paws on Paradox's engine, there's likely expectations to come with that too, right? Oh, we need you to not make the development process open to the public, right? And yet I want to do it differently than a lot of other companies would do it, you know. I want to be able to have a lot of people involved and to, you know, spitball lots of ideas and stuff like that. And I don't know if that would be possible if an actual producer was in the equation. Catching up with everybody's comments. Yeah, done up like a kipper. You know, things that would have been. And here's the thing, guys. Before I go on, like, the most important thing when it comes to working on something like this, day after day after day, and staying motivated and staying interested in getting stuff done, is being really interested in the subject matter that you're dealing with, right? So I found this era interesting because I was able to do with it all the things I wanted to do with it. I wanted to build an economic system. I wanted to build a population-based system that was true to history, you know. And so that interested me enough that I could wake up at 3 o'clock every morning and work on it and not just get up and work on it, but when I sat down to feel like electrified, like, you know, you got to get your brain working quickly and efficiently. And so, you know, the way I feel about it, I need to find something that I and other people would be interested in that way. You know what I mean? Like a grand strategy game about everyday life. Drag drift, yeah, something to that effect. It would be great to. But first off, you know, I'd be kind of the seed of the process, so I'd start it out, run the community. You know, I'm pretty good with dealing with community-oriented stuff and getting other people excited about things. You know, I'd start out doing all the programming, and the idea would be to try to make enough money to be able to move on from the job I have now and instead be working on development full time, because really it wouldn't have to be much, you know, but really being able to make any progress revolves around being able to focus on something often enough and frequently enough that you don't lose track of what you were doing. So like with me building new mechanics in MNT 2.0, you know, when I was working on estates, like I had to find ways to stick with it long enough, you know, to be able to find time every day to sit down and work on it. Otherwise, you lose track of what you're working on. It gets complicated, and you get burned out after a while if you're working a job and trying to scrounge up enough time to work on something complicated enough to keep track of it. So, yeah, crowdsourcing is important, but it would be great to move beyond that point and then start bringing in extra people from the community and start paying people as well. Bring in other coders or other artists, you know, whatever. Ideally from people who have been part of the process. That's kind of what I'm making the forum for, to kind of try and make a community around it. Let's see. Trying to catch up here. Open source universalis. It would be nice if it was open source. But of course that's, you know, here's the thing with open source when you want to make your own game. Downside is you won't be able to monetize for as much when the game is done, obviously, because you can't sell it. On the upside though, it's much easier, I think, to be able to start a Patreon or something like that and run a Patreon and make money gradually as a kind of annuity, as a subscription model kind of thing. And so it's easier, I think, to start that way as like open source. But long term, it isn't as profitable because you can't actually sell it. I don't think, right? Because anyone can just take it. Andrew Pitt. So, Demian, shitposting aside, you mentioned that colonization isn't really fleshed out right now. It will. Yeah, Andrew, it will be very interesting later if we can get it done. But as I've told others when it comes to me, like, I need to find more time to do this kind of thing. Right now, I'm on vacation, right? And I'm not willing to. For the past year and a half, I've been developing like a madman, and that's with a job and with kids in diapers that I'm taking care of, and with a wife. I'm not willing to sacrifice my family anymore the way I have the past year and a half. So that's kind of why I'm trying to do the developers project thing. I can try and generate some more time somehow and step away from my other job. It's kind of a lofty goal, but who knows. Corin D. Plain. Have you ever played a game called Microscope? No, I'll look it up right now. It's an RPG. Lame Mage Productions. That's interesting. Looking at right now. I've entertained the notion of sci-fi type games. What I'd really like is to make a game that has decay components. What really bothers me is that every game, almost every strategy game, is like a race, Think of all of the, all of the grand strategy games you've ever played. Aside from, like, historical ones. Like, you think of Civ, games like that. Or Endless Space or Endless Fantasy. And everyone kind of starts out equal, and then you kind of race toward the finish line. And it feels like you can't, it feels like if you want to play the best that you can play, then you have to be, like, out conquering like crazy and rushed and rushed and rushed. I'd love to make a game, though, that doesn't revolve around that phenomenon. It's not just about constantly trying to conquer like crazy. Kind of do a little more of what you can do in Pop in 2.0, and that is kind of set your own goals and objectives. Okay, so I'm probably way behind your questions. Leander, absolutely. Create the community first. That's what I'd like to do. And then we can spitball more ideas. And, I don't... If lots of people really, 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 like, want to make a game that I find interesting enough, I'll go with it. But if lots and lots of people want to create a game that I don't think I could quite get passionate about, then that's something I'd probably pass over. Because, like I said, it's really important to be excited about what you're doing. That, I've said before, I'm perfectly willing to spend 20 years making a, making a game my life's work, as opposed to just, making a limited ambition game that has been done before by other people but better. I think a medieval fantasy game. See who said that post. Demian, what if you choose a medieval setting, reduce the scope of the game from world conquest to a subcontinent, and have economic population values, while players take the role of a specific ruler? Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting idea. And it depends on if it's, so we say medieval setting, right? Well, do we want to go with actual history? I mean, I love actual history, obviously. I can get excited about that. But, in a fantasy world, if you go with a fantasy game, even if it's like no magic or low magic, you have more freedom to work with geography and inventing new geography. Because here's the thing, if you make a game, if I were to work on a game that is taking into account real economics and real, like, population models and things like that, geography plays such a huge role in that. And I would find it incredibly fascinating to be able to procedurally generate geography that influences, demographics and economics in that way, and trade, and being able to invent a world from scratch, each time you play the game, and then see these principles at work. It would be a much more academically meaningful exercise than just doing something historically like this, because then it often becomes a matter of the designer coming in and putting in their own values, as opposed to running a model and seeing, really interesting results each time. Don't know, just me musing. Yeah, bong bong, totally. I have no life and I love history of this period, but I have no coding skills. I would love to help you. Remember bong bong? I didn't have any coding skills a year and a half ago. I had no experience with anything related to computer science. And I've got about a million lines of code under my belt. All it really takes is getting really excited about something. But even if you didn't code at all, like people's ideas, I don't know how many of you have been in the development thread for this mod since 2.0 first was launched about a year and a half ago. But, I've been participating in that thread, and I started that thread a year and a half ago, and it's like almost 600 pages long. Like almost, Jesus, how many views? Hold on, let me check. And most of those people didn't know how to code, but I would say 3/4 of all the ideas you see here just came from people who, participated. Yeah, 600,000 views, 11,000, almost 12,000 posts. So, lots of people participated. More the merrier. And in a forum setting, it's much easier to keep track of anything. It's less frantic, so I'd like to get that going soon. Franz, it's not that a decent pre-made engine wouldn't do it. It's that Paradox's modding tools are such a big distance from a decent pre-made engine. I mean, you're right, Franz. So, it's building your own engine isn't necessarily all important. And I even think that certain shortcuts like using Unity could do well depending on what you intend to do with it, right? But, Paradox script is old, and we didn't even get if-elses or loops until a month or two ago, and those are like essential parts of almost every programming language, and there's still so many things that are missing. I can't round a number to an integer. I can't do real math. I'm bad enough at math, but you have to do your math like this. You can't say 1 plus 2 plus x. You just can't do math like that with Paradox script. So it's like, I don't know, being able to learn a real language would just so open up the possibilities. Let's see, try to catch up with everyone's questions. Demian, Cold War scenario where you economically ruin nations and keep yours alive with the nations. That's an interesting concept, but not really, wouldn't really be on the top of my personal agenda. Someone tried it and failed, and so I'm a little turned off by that. Yeah, Andrew Pitt, colonization in the game right now. Someone was working on it, but kind of petered out. And that's the thing with this mod, is it's all volunteers, and even when people get really excited about doing... So lots of people have ideas, right? It's easy to come up with ideas, and ideas are useful, and it's nice to have a lot of them around. But unless someone's willing to sit down and do the work, which is substantial, then it just doesn't get done. And a lot of people on the team do a lot of really great stuff, but there aren't many people that are willing to sit down and really hammer out the types of mechanics like reinvented estates or reinvented colonization or pop and all that stuff. Like we've got we've got KJ, for instance, who's really good at AIs. He's working on that. He's probably the only other person, as far as mechanics, that's really hammering away at this kind of thing. So I hate to say it, but I wonder whether colonization will ever get done. The way that, not to sound arrogant or anything, but the way that I would do it, the way that I did these kinds of mechanics, you know, because it's all volunteer, and it's when people aren't getting paid, motivation tends to disappear. Done like a kipper. You'd love the idea of Yimmer. It has all you talk about. It's still in development, not out, but it's about economics, politics, diplomacy. Yeah, I'd love to check out as many games like this as possible. I mean, there's a lot of examples of Civilization Builder. Interesting. An online strategy game mixed with, let's see, the kinds of things I'm interested in doing. That's pretty cool. The kind of thing I'm interested in doing is I'd be surprised if it were ever done before. I'm gonna look into this though more. Yimmer looks pretty cool. Because, you know, my background's in population biology and behavioral economics and stuff like that, and I don't know any people with aptitude in computer science that want to make games who are also interested in those types of fields. I'm looking at the Yimmer right now. It's pretty cool. I'll have to look through it. Yeah, as many examples as I can get, so we don't reinvent the wheel, you know. Let's see. Yeah, 12 Vultures, Gentle Doom. I've seen it before. I know the guy who makes it. I've talked to him. I remember being, wow, it's so easy to understand Paradox code. Now I'm constantly, why Paradox, why? Exactly, Alex. It's great the first 6 months you're learning it. It's like, wow, it's so easy to learn to code this way. And then after that, it becomes an albatross around your neck. Now, tag switch to Portugal. Portugal is getting eaten, so I'm not sure there's much to see. I'd like to play 12 Vultures. Going through your comments. Yeah, Mount Target Productions. I have a few basics of coding, so I should really help, but I'm a terrible lazy person. Yeah, you know, I used to be an incredibly lazy person too, but you kind of, it depends on, you know, whether you stop being lazy. Kind of depends on how much you want to stop being lazy. Yeah, bong bong, and that's unfortunately about the Reformation isn't really my thing. I don't do any of the religion stuff. Oops. Okay. So is there any way to incorporate the ages mechanics, Demi? And there is. It's just a matter of getting there. You know, Paradox we keep changing things, and then Paradox keeps swooping in and throwing new stuff at us, so we have to then try and revise that, and it's kind of a never-ending process. Let's see. Robert, do you have any idea how many hours spent researching historical province data? A lot. I know Alderon, it took him 8 months to get through all the rural pop. Cardinal, It's been a while too. We did most of the cities, which wasn't as bad. Obviously, Alderaan wasn't working like on it every second of every day, but it was definitely very ambitious. Frederick the Great. What about a game where it is an alt-right historical game where you choose between to turn Homo sapiens and grow and explore and interact with other Homo sapiens species? That's an interesting concept. And one day form a nation and make an empire. I've always been fascinated by the notion, the historical fact that there were lots of different, abundantly intelligent humans wandering all over the planet. Like there weren't just Homo sapiens sapiens, right? You had like Idaltu and Florianzens and Neanderthal, who now we're realizing were probably just as smart as we were. Pretty wild concept. So yeah, that's an interesting, almost a more interesting idea for a novel, Frederick the Great. Tag switch to Banu Rasu. I know they had issues. Not to deviate from the game dev thing. Oops. Debug mode. Try to see their tag. Tag YRA. Yeah, they're not all that great. Problem is capital's all the way down here. Conquering into Mamluks. They should move their capital. Oh wait, they did move their capital. They moved their capital to Egypt. Okay, good. That's what they were supposed to do. But it looks like they were hit by plague. They've got province trauma. Yeah, so. Can we look at the New World? Don't want to deviate too much. Let's see. Enrique, I don't know. Colonization. Yeah, it looks like Portugal's colonizing. Spain's colonizing. Yeah. Usual crew. So, Caetano, it was over at the Gaming Rebellion. It's my brother's website. It's a gaming journalism website. I'm on the dashboard right now trying to figure out how to... He'd mentioned that he set it up. Community... Forums. Structure... There's one for Shadow of Shinobi. I gotta figure out how to get mine. I'll try to work on it like tomorrow morning, see what I come up with. And then next stream I'll mention it. Let's see. But I don't want you guys sitting here for half an hour. I try to make it. I'm too lazy to think about stopping being lazy. I understand. Now I understand Akron Blade's reason for version locking his mods. So you're not a kebab. Answer me this. What is the one thing? Oh, have I gotten to the bottom? Adam, are you talking to me? Are you worried the game might become too overwhelming? Well, I mean, the guy doing Dwarf Fortress has done it for years and years and years. And so the question is, to me, I don't think I would get overwhelmed working on something so long as I was determined to work on it indefinitely. It depends on whether it's that kind of game. That's the kind of game I would like to work on, where I could make it into something that's never been made before, even if it takes a long time. I wouldn't want to make another, StarCraft clone or something and then remove Florence. Fafu. I'm using Dwarf Fortress as an example because, in the sense that you can spend a lot of time continuously working on a project, not necessarily that it looks like this. Like, I don't even play Dwarf Fortress just because the interface is so clunky, right? I mean, I'm fascinated, but like, I don't want to make a game that looks like this, obviously, or that has complexity layered on it just for the sake of complexity, right? But it's something that they were willing to work on for a really, really long time, which I find interesting. Yeah, Connor, I agree. Connor Creets, I don't really want to get into Dwarf Fortress. It just seems so intimidating. I really think the problem is when you make a game, you really do have to give some respect to cosmetics to bring people in. Like, if you have to get good at recognizing enough patterns so that you understand that a D is a dwarf and an A is a goblin and a G is a gem, on your screen, it's a lot of unnecessary learning curve, And that's what gets a lot of people about Dwarf Fortress, I think. Yeah, the mods do make it look better and actually give the map a proper appearance and stuff like that. Demian, you're describing what I wanted to make since I got into programming. I know it would have to be a side gig since military was my first passion, but I love where this could go in 40 years. Yeah, and the thing is, like, I feel like if I were to work on something for 40 years, it would also need to shed light on some fundamental human condition. That's what Mu and Taxes does. 2.0 is, I don't think a historical simulator with this kind of resolution and data exists. I mean, just playing the game, I think, gives you an education in history like you couldn't get in the classroom. And that's what I would love to do, with whatever kind of game I make, to be able to sort of test economic theories and theories of population biology and island biogeography and stuff like that in an environment where you don't have to, experiment on real human beings. That's obviously not the specific purpose of making the game, just to be some experiment, but it's something that no one would have done before, and it's something that goes beyond simply entertaining a bunch of super nerds like us, If you're going to spend that much time making it, I'll be right back, guys. Okay. So, and I've fallen behind again. I got to the end. Go take a piss. Now I've got a bunch more comments to get through. Connor Creets. Demian, I know you only started modding about 1.5 years ago, but how did you begin? What were the first types of addition you made? Events, decisions? I tried modding a bunch of times, but I couldn't get past the intimidation factor of seeing a wall of code. And I started first with a mod called Broken Crescent. It was a Total War mod. And I was just a player, but I experimented with it and just changed little values on units or whatever, and it gave me just a vague understanding of what code looked like. I don't think that had much of an influence. But when I first started modding for Europa Universalis 4, I did it with events. And having a hard time remembering exactly. It was kind of foggy back there, but I started with development, and I had no idea what I was doing. I wasted about a month just floundering around, experimenting with things. But the important part is I had a mission. Like, I really wanted to redo the development system because I hated it. And so, I experimented with effects like add manpower, equals 1. And I just started small, and then I would tack on one other effect to see what would happen, and then I would tack on one more trigger or one more condition to the effect. Right, so if limits, X is true, then add manpower, that type of thing. And I just built it up over time. And I kept an open development thread for everyone to look at it. And people, this is the first time when I first kind of was interested in community building, because people would come in and be like, hey, this is cool, and why don't you try this, and hey, you could try and fix it this way. And that's how I just kind of built on my skill over time. And then the real game changer was when I started working with variables. And that's when I was able to make really complex systems at that point, because there's only so much you can do with if-then statements and stuff like that. Okay. What I would really like is a pop system like Vicky 2, but much better. Seeing it work on different times and scenarios. Yeah, the pop system in Victoria, it's interesting. The pop growth system was very primitive. The diversity of pop, of the things the populations were doing in Victoria, was very interesting. But the economic system too, the economic AI and everything was really bad in Victoria. If anyone, as much as I enjoyed it, it had a lot of really, really significant flaws as far as as a economic model system, Yeah, Mount Targan Productions. The first thing I worked on was development overhaul. And what happened was I started a thread. The way it originally happened is I started a thread in the Mu and Taxes forum, and I'm like, hey, I've got a great idea to make development not suck. Maybe someone should do it. Here's my idea. And people were like, oh, hey, yeah, it's a good idea. I wish someone would do that. And then Gigow showed up and said, hey, Demian, that's a great idea. Why don't you do it? I'm like, well, I don't know how to do anything. And he's like, just go ahead and do it. You can join the team, and we can talk, and I'll give you some advice, and and it just went from there. So then I bugged, the reason I started getting up at 3 a.m. was when Gigow was available over in Belgium, and so I could ask him questions and stuff like that. And so Gigow was just, join the team, and that's how I got into modding. Demian's away. Everyone starts shitposting. That's how far behind I am. Down with Granada. Too far. Let's see. Smeltinius. Paradox games have always served as a starting point for historical inquiry. So I know a ton about periods that are covered in Paradox games, but fuck if I know anything about the 10th century. Yeah, it's funny, my historical knowledge tends to track, like, periods in like, Paradox games, because, you know, I'll be like, oh, you know, what the hell is Alwa, you know, in East Africa? And I'll be like, well, I guess I'll go wiki it. And so if there's, like, a gap in, like, Paradox games, like, it tends to be a gap in my history, too. Yeah, Strategos Redwald. It's not a category of Homo sapiens. There is no blacks or Asians genetically. Culture kind of, it's imposed. All other human races are extinct. Yeah, that's the fascinating thing, is that the fact that there aren't other human races is kind of an abnormality. It's kind of a historical quirk, because there were so many. And we're, you know, humans are almost like mantis shrimps, in the sense that we're a dead-end clade. There's like none other that are like us, you know. And there was, and there should have been. And even humans, you know, only about, what was it, 80, 70,000 years ago, we went through a bottleneck where we almost went extinct, you know. And if we had, then you know, maybe Neanderthals would be walking around. But that's why humans are so genetically similar today, is because we all came from that tiny little bottleneck just a few tens of thousands of years ago. Interesting story. Total deviation from all subjects that I was streaming about. Grenada, worst Muslim country, doesn't even have good desert. They're drylands. Grenada's got good drylands. Ta-da. Demian wins again. Yeah, done up with like a kipper, I agree. If instead of lessons with book history, they were done with stuff like EU4, yeah, people would give a damn about history. Yeah, Josh Butler, I agree, before CK2. Either early medieval or antiquities. Trying to get through comments. Demian, if you wanted complicated, look up pointers. Is that a game? Oops. Pointers. Well, derp. Huh. GameDev.net. Jeez. This was... I don't know if this is what you're talking about or not. I'll keep it up anyway, just in case. Oh boy, pointers. Well, I don't believe you, blah blah blah. Yeah, what? My first geography book in secondary school, for example, was from 11 years before I was born. France kind of failed a bit. Andrew. About pointers are a programming thing. Okay. Oh. Wallaby. Demian, yeah, it's being able to control memory directly with code. It's a blast. See, that's what. Yeah, Demian. Pointers are a computer science concept. They contain an address in memory. Using pointers, you can dynamically change the block of code a function references. Okay. Too long didn't read version. Pointers are what computers use to make a nice linear string of commands they can execute out of the branching tree of code you write. Yeah, it makes sense. Oh, Jesus, that sounds like a nightmare. Coding in assembler. We got a lot of computer science people. So, guys, question, all you computer science people, why? It kind of confuses me that I get confused about the connection between the creative minds in computer science and the technical minds. Did I put that right? Like I know people in computer science who are masters, of a given language, who have tremendous technical aptitude, but can't create, a single simple program or script. It's kind of weird, but they can advise you really well and stuff like that. Like, why is that? I assume that they should be the same thing. Like, if you understand the technical subject, you should be able to create something sophisticated. This is good though. This is important for me, because I need to fill in these gaps in my knowledge. Yeah, Matt, it's not so much design versus implementation, because so think of it this way. You have a carpenter who knows how to use a hammer and a drill and all of the tools necessary to build a house, but when it comes time to building a house, they can't necessarily do it, or not do it too well, or are lacking the motivation, or there seems to be that disjunction between the ability to create something sophisticated and complex, and knowing the tools to do it. Wallaby, that's interesting. So, is it true that I was told by friends in computer science that they got through their entire degree and very rarely even coded that much relative to the workload, or created very much relative to the workload? Yeah, Elias, my background is in embedded systems. I'm an engineering student. My viewpoint tends to be signal analysis. I tend to think about how variables are changed, not what they represent. That's just kind of seems weird to me. Mount Tarragon Productions. It's why teamwork is good when creating games, because different minds have different solutions to different problems. Huh. But that's the thing. So Ulakura Seifer, I'm the type who is good at giving ideas, but no good doing the work. Like, my impression has always been that people who only have ideas are not very useful. I don't mean it like that. I guess what I mean is there has to be someone around willing to implement them, and there's going to be people who have ideas and the desire and willingness to work on them, and so that makes the person who just has good ideas not very useful, right? So Pavov staying on. You need both. If you miss one, you aren't very productive, but you can still do stuff. Yeah. Charles Hager, Demian, but you don't necessarily know what to do with it, right? So you might be good at doing something, but not be able to think of anything original to do with it, right? Without creativity, you cannot make anything sophisticated. Alex, not necessarily what's related, but it's been my barrier to making mods is that I'm never sure what to make. Well, so Alex, aren't there things that you find interesting? Would you just be... Is it just like that, okay, you have the tools, but you're looking for something interesting to make? Or that you sit down and then you have a hard time actually coming up with the idea? Or that you can't find the motivation? Like, do you think of an idea and then you sit down to do it, and then you're like, you know what? I kind of feel like playing a video game more right now, and then you do that instead? Like... Elias, when I began to think about what the changing variables represent, I realized I could, in theory, make games and music. Right, the entire issue was one of perspective. That's interesting. Franz Lugan, I only have a comparison here. There are mathematicians who have brought forward the science as a whole with very theoretical innovations, but haven't added two big numbers in years. That's interesting. Mount Tarragon Productions. As for myself, I'm a carpenter that makes ugly houses. A lot of CS programs at college don't go into practicality. My friend's been teaching himself to code since high school, and even while in high school, he was amazed at some CS grads who couldn't code. That's weird. So is that really true? Sorrow, Demian, this is why I want to get into internships in game modding in college, because my friends tell me there's almost no actual coding. That's crazy, man. But that's how you practically get things done. See, that's the weird thing, like, about my experience, is I just went straight into the coding end. I didn't do any of the CS stuff. And, like, I'm not the mathematical mind, but I'm, like, the creative mind. So you can give me a problem, and I can instantly come up with the tools necessary to do it. I just, boom, do it. And I'll sit down, and I'll just start writing it. It's like it immediately just organically grows out of nothing. And it feels great, you know, and I kind of, I assumed everyone could do that, you know? Which is why I thought I could never get into coding, because I assumed everyone else could do that, plus they had way more knowledge in computer science than I did, you know? And that's why I've been so surprised, you know? I mean, there's more complex things in the world than M&T 2.0, but no, it's still pretty detailed. And Andrew, you probably have a point too, yeah, that the distinction between an entrepreneurial mind and an administrative one, which follows the rules and sort of manages things. Connor Creets, it seems that what one learns in education is more theory and real knowledge for subjects comes from practice. Yeah, that's for sure. Charles Hager, there is a lot of coding in college if you look for it. Check out algorithms and data structure courses. My algorithm courses was zero coding. 100% math on paper. See, that's what kills me, Alex, is I was so horrible at sitting through math classes because they seemed utterly detached from any kind of practical attempt to build something with it. I don't know, but now, I mean, if you were to look at like 2.0, all of the math that's involved could take up, every wall in my house, even though I was horrible at math in school, But when you do it one step at a time, and then you kind of reinvent mathematical principles to serve a specific purpose, it's a completely different way of learning. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, David, we're just discussing some things right now. We're discussing computer science and game development and things like that. Mount target production. Ideally, there's a designer who wants the game concepts, the theory programmer who knows the ideal way to code it, and the applied programmer who knows how to make a clean, quick, cheap code. Huh. Sorry, David. Playing's over. We're just chatting about this stuff. It's just very interesting. Yeah, Wallaby. This is really good. I should be going to sleep, but I don't get this many chances to have this kind of open conversation with lots of different people on this subject. Wallaby, it can be totally true. CS is theory. WVU does quite a bit of programming in the CS degree, though, so it depends on where you are, I would imagine. It's not so much that CS grads he met couldn't literally code at all. It's that all their coding was terrible from a practical point of view. Yeah. For my CS degree, I did stuff like making a fully fledged operating system. That's pretty impressive. Franz Lugan, you can just go to a lecture, right? Lectures should be open to the public, at least in public universities. Franz, I guess so. I wonder how valuable a public lecture is. And this is the crazy thing, but like, I'm wondering, for me, if this is the best way to do it. Like with you guys, right? Like, create a community, create a common purpose, and then exchange information with you guys. I wonder if that's the best way for me, and not just me, but possibly other people too. And maybe I have something to offer you guys about, I don't know, creative impulses and stuff like that. Like, I don't know. Like, that's the fascinating thing I've learned in the past few years, is that there is this tremendous chasm, this tremendous gulf between different skills that are necessary to build something remarkable. And I've had this feeling like I want to harness as many of them as possible. My naive perspective used to be like, oh, coding and computer programming is just like, you got to be good at math. I couldn't get past that. Like, in college, like I'd look at the course load for CS. That's like, oh, you need Calc 1 million, and it just totally turned me off, and assumed that it was just all important. And then I do something like this, that is by its very nature mathematical, but doesn't have anything to do with any of the things that I didn't need to go through a calculus course to do it, Yeah, Strategos, Cusco is supposed to get great predators. I'm not sure they're in this build though. Jonathan, my friend says I should get into coding since it's the future, but I am not interested in it that much. Should I even think about it? I mean, that's one of the big motivating forces for me getting into coding was because I want to teach my kids, you know. My eldest, Ellie, was maybe about a year old, year and a half old, and I felt like I would be a failure as a parent if I didn't prepare her for what would almost certainly be guaranteed to be a relevant job skill in the future. But keep in mind, like, I wasn't necessarily very interested in code too. Saying that you're not very interested in coding, I realized is kind of like saying I'm not very interested in learning how to read. Learning how to read itself, reading itself isn't the thing that is interesting. It's the thing that you're using it for. I mean, just reading isn't very interesting to me, but I love reading good novels, right? And so reading is a means of harnessing the information I would get in a novel. Just like coding is a means of creating something that you want to make. You know what I mean? And like, I used to think that the idea of sitting in front of a bunch of code was just like a nightmare. Like, how could I would have to just force myself to be slogging through all of this code to create the thing that I want. It just seemed like it would be so boring and so uninteresting. But then I realized that, the code itself was a means of creating something I really wanted. And as I was seeing that thing come to life, it was like enrapturing, So I wouldn't necessarily be deterred by the fact that it doesn't seem interesting. I would say look for something that you find that is interesting, and then try to figure out how to make it with code. And then you kind of get the code bug, and then you get the bug of creation where it feels good to create things regardless of what the instrument is that you're using to create it, I'm so sorry I'm behind everyone's. I've been monologuing like crazy here. Simultaneous. Demian, my friend has taught himself to code entirely on his own, and he does freelance work for money and is making his own video games now. You don't need formal CS education. That's encouraging to know. Yeah, my brother-in-law is doing the same thing. He taught himself how, and he's in the process of looking for work. I know a high school dropout that is making 100K, and he just taught himself. Yeah, Kempfer eventually will have it on Workshop, hopefully, but Workshop's a little screwy. Yeah, sorry. Maybe I just need to... Solutions. I'm going to try to move this along and catch up to you guys. Demian, well, I'm in hype mode, so I will be willing to teach some deeper theory of programmer for those who would want it. Yeah, for sure. Let's see. Yep, Leander, Demian, you lose nothing trying. There's like infinite free forums on the internet. Well, Franz, the problem with community-driven anything tends to be that the popular parts will get done in a week, and an important but unpopular part gets neglected for years. Well, that's the thing. Like, I've thought a lot about the development process because, I was part of the development process in an M&T with a big team, and it seemed like there were lots of people that kind of that like to hang around and spitball ideas, which is awesome. But then you end up with a few of the truly diligent people who go out and really, really get things done. And so, like, for me, there is no boring thing to do. I could sit around and bug fix all day long. I could sit around and polish and balance and revise things all day long. And I think in a project like this, if you can have a core person who is willing to do any job and does not find it boring, like in grad school, I did DNA extractions for 16 hours at a time every single day because I just didn't get bored. The question is, in community-driven projects, who is expected to do the work and who is brought in to specifically, move the work. Like the community here that I'm considering is just, a pool of people who are interested in creative projects, interested in coding, interested in a particular type of game that might be being made. Catching up with comments. Okay, I'm caught up now. I'm officially caught up. Yeah, done up like a kipper. I would almost agree. Jonathan, I don't understand why people bash Paradox in games like EU4 and Hearts of Iron 4. When just looking at the coding of said game, they will immediately nope out, but also say that this and that sucks. Yeah, I think people kind of... It's funny how sometimes the biggest fans of Paradox tend to rag on them too. Yeah, Mega. There was some conquest going on with Empire of the Romans, etc. Right now, we're just talking about the prospect of game development and stuff like that. And what I'm kind of trying to figure out what to do with the future. Aside from just the development ends, guys, I want to try and be open. Let's see. I'd like to kind of explore the business angle of it too, and be open about strategies for monetization and things like that, and yeah, Alex, for sure. If we can get this going on the forum, it'd be good because we can all. It's easier to keep up with in general. Yeah, Kilvis, you're absolutely right. And one of the things that frustrated me about the M&T team is I was someone who wanted to spend time developing and less time talking. I was willing to talk to a certain point, but then would want to like actually do it, as opposed to just talk about it endlessly. And so at a certain point, like with this project, this project I want to start, I want a lot of opinions, but at the end of the day, I want to be able to actually say, okay, we've got all the ideas on the table, this is what we're going with, and boom, this is how it's going to be. We have to move forward with something. Well, still surprised that there is 132 people in this stream, and all we're doing is talking about programming stuff. Let's see. Elias, that's a good explanation, actually. Oh no, yeah, you frick. I was playing a game for most of the time, and I said, okay, at the end we're gonna talk programming stuff and different things about game development. Yeah, Wallaby, I figured that would be the case with a lot of people. Yeah, I think it's run its course at this point. Yeah, so I guess I'll call it hit the sack. And I'd like to keep streaming the Roman game. I'm probably going to not stream so many bug fixes until I organize my streams better. Pavov Stevanov, is there still fantasy religion scenario like Catholic surviving in southern France? Yeah, there can be, Pavel. It still exists. Yeah, anyway, good night. And I'll try to organize my streams better into, developer-oriented streams and then game streams and stuff like that. Alright, see you guys.